Sure. Councilmember Burnett,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bayala,
Here.
and Mayor Delgado.
Here. I hope that we get joined by council members who aren't here yet soon. Well, where's our, so if we don't have anything to change the agenda, Bob, let us know, and then we can move to a closed session.
The only change I have this evening for the closed session is item 3A would not be heard this evening.
When we're not going to hear 3 cases of existing litigation?
That's correct. Those other matters would not be on the agenda for this evening.
All right.
And Skip Spalding will not be joining us.
Okay, and I understand from Matt Mogerson that we're also not going to talk about 3D, little letter I and double letter I.
Actually, I should clarify. I'm sorry. I meant the two contracts on open session. So MEA and the professional firefighters are the ones that.
Oh, they're on the consent agenda.
Yeah. But for
Right.
closed session, yes, we still have those two groups that we would need to discuss.
Okay, well, let's go to closed session now. Hopefully.
Okay.
Others aren't here yet.
See everybody there.
on virtual anyway. Juan Lopez, you're still a new name. I had to think now, who's that Juan Lopez? Oh yeah, that's our wonderful finance director. Hello, Eddie, how are you?
Hi, Mr. Mayor, how are you?
I'm doing well.
Good
You
to see
guys,
you.
your force of men and women did a great job on Halloween. I saw you everywhere. Your department folks. And your chief was a star.
Always.
Compass Church and also at the youth center. I don't think I saw her at the skate jam. Hey, where were you, Chief, at the skate jam?
But she can only clone herself 4 times.
Yeah, you're right.
She
So I
was
see
there,
two-
Bruce. She just took the later shift.
Yeah, she took the later shift. Or
Yeah. You took the early shift. She took the late shift.
Well, we're waiting for some more council people before we can start. But Terry, I thought that the cheesesteak sandwiches were free at the
Oh,
teen center. So, oh wow, they're giving away not just hot dogs, but cheese Philly steak sandwiches. So I'll take one of those sandwiches. Okay, that's $12.50. Oh, okay.
did you? But they were pretty good, though.
They were pretty good.
They were
And then
pretty. They beat that hot dog at the community center.
yeah. Yeah, the hot dog though could have been a Dodger dog if it had a larger bun.
Yeah,
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I was at the late shift with Terry, so
Yeah.
I was at the skate jam. Terry took the skateboard away from me, though. He didn't want me to get hurt.
Yep.
All right.
I told her
How did
that's
that-
workman's comp.
How did the teen activities go at Los Arbolos Field starting at 7:30?
It started slow, but by 8:30, as Tina and I were sitting on the back patio of the teen center watching, it was packed.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's great.
It did start slow though this year, but teens started showing up about 7:45, 8:15, and by 8:30, it was packed.
Well, they
Yeah,
probably
it
woke-
was pretty exciting. I think the community was really excited to be able to do stuff together, and I think it showed, especially Halloween night. But even the night before at the, you talked about at the movies in the park Saturday night. That was a good showing of our community.
That's great. All right. Well, we have a quorum now. I think we have everyone. Well, we're still hoping that Councilmember Berkeley can join us if she's not with us yet. But we just came from closed session. It was very productive, although you might not know it by how we have our city attorney report out.
thank you.
Just
Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, the council met in closed session this evening on all matters listed on the agenda but one, the matter under 3A, which was conference of legal counsel, 3 cases of existing litigation was not considered this evening. The other matters, however, 3B, which is another conference with legal counsel, and also real property negotiations, and both matters and labor negotiations were all considered this evening, and council received information and provided direction on each one of those matters. However, no reportable action was taken this evening at the closed session.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Do we have a volunteer for the Pledge of Allegiance after a moment of silence? Christina, thank you. Christina Medina Dirksen is always a willing volunteer. Thanks for being a good sport, Christina, since nobody else raised their hand. So we'll have a moment of silence and then the pledge led by Christina.
Okay, thank you for that. Let us rise if we can. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Christina. All right, so let's then go to our illustrious Terry Segrist, who's talked a little bit about recreation, but he is our Director of Recreation and Cultural Services. Thanks, Terry.
Mr. Mayor, Tina's going to start out tonight with her quick announcement, and then we'll hit ours. So Tina, go right ahead. Is Tina here?
I'm here. Can
There
you
you
drop
go.
the shared screen for 1 second? Please? Am I on big video? Can you see? Anyways, I just wanted to let everybody know that during the month of November is No Shave November for our police officers. And the goal is to raise money for cancer research and different cancer foundations. No Shave November is a month that police officers around the nation embrace our hair, which many cancer patients lose. So we let it grow out, but neatly. The officers participating, such as myself, virtually, are allowed to grow a beard, cultivate a mustache, for other people, letting those legs go natural and skipping the waxing appointments. We don't ask though. No Shave November and its funded programs are putting your donation dollars to work, investing in groundbreaking cancer research and providing free information and services to cancer patients and their caregivers. If you want more information about No Shave November, you can go to noshave.org and you can see where your donation dollars are going. It's a 501c3, so the money goes right back into cancer and the different cancer research groups. So thank you all, and I hope you like what I chose. And this took me a night to grow out, so.
That's great. Thank you, Tina. I hope it's okay. You don't mind if I go get my legs shaved just so that I keep our small businesses in business?
We support that, Mr. Mayor.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Chief. Let's go to Terry.
Okay, back to share screen. Thank God it's No Shave month, because never mind. Okay, go to the. All right, so your recreation announcements for this evening. We continue to support food distribution for our seniors with the in-home food distribution, 3 meals delivered daily, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And you can see the contact number 1-800-510-2020. Moving on. We also have our free dance fitness is back. So Wednesday, 7 o'clock, DiMaggio Park. We do our indoor. And then Saturdays, 10 a.m. over at Preston Park, we do the outdoor. So continue to join us for dance fitness. Then we have our virtual clubhouse, as you can see right there. And again, this is all virtual classes that are still available. We've got art, we've got games, we've got exercise, guitar, science, all kinds of activities, working with the Boys and Girls Club. These are all free virtual memberships, and then the website's right there to set up for that. So again, these are all virtual programs live during the week. Moving on, breakfast with friends over at Epiphany Church. Free community hot breakfast for everyone on the 2nd and 4th Saturday of every month, 9 o'clock to 10:30. Again, it's the 2nd and 4th Saturday of every month, and that's over at Epiphany Lutheran Church over on the corner of Carmel and California. Next slide. Drop-in testing site. Every Thursday, you can get tested for COVID at the Marina Teen Center on the basketball court, open to everyone. Testing is provided by Lightspeed and a collaborative between the city and the school district. Next slide. Weekly free meal every Thursday, again, over at Epiphany Church, 425 Carmel, corner of Carmel in California. That's every Thursday, 4:30 to 5:30. So join us for that. Our virtual recreation center is still alive and well. We have not taken it down. We continue to update it. I want to thank April for doing that for us on a regular basis. And we continue to support the virtual recreation center. Next slide. With our seniors growing stronger, this is every Monday at 10 a.m. at Vince DiMaggio Park. It's a senior stretch class. We have it outside, and just kind of moving up a little bit kind of gives you a description of what senior stretch is, what's growing stronger class like, benefits of strength training for our seniors. So that's offered every Monday. Next slide. Senior yoga every Wednesday over at DiMaggio Park, 10 o'clock. That's also an outside program. We encourage our seniors to participate in that. It's great, especially during COVID. Next slide. Marina High School still has their Scholar Resource Center up and running. Again, this is an opportunity, 8 a.m. to 1 during the school day, to pick up resources that you may need, whether it's toiletries or food or any of those kind of things. And again, Councilman Viala, I want to appreciate the Sierra Club for that $10,000 donation for that. Moving on. Is that it? All right. Those are your recreation announcements for this evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the public. And again, I just want to express my thanks to the whole city of Marina, all the service clubs, all the volunteers, all the donations that we received to put on one of the best Halloween activities, both starting last Saturday at the Marina Equestrian Association, movies in the park, skate jam, safe Halloween for the youth over at the community center, and then the big, huge activities for the teens in the high school up at Upper LA. It was just a great amount of excellent activities, and it takes the whole city to put those on. So I just want to thank everybody in the city for supporting us on that. So, and Mr. Mayor, we thank you. Oh, Mr. Fireman, Mr. Mayor, we thank you for your participation, and Tina as well and her team. Those are your recreation announcements for this evening.
Thanks, Terry. There's a mom in town that summarized it on social media. She said, I want to thank the entire city because my kids had a blast last night. I let them go early. They came back a little bit late because I felt safe that they could have their fun and be safe. And they just had the time of their lives. And I'm so happy to live in Marina. Thanks to everybody. That's what she said on social media. And so to me, that's kind of the summary that we all hope that we can have, every Halloween. But this Halloween was a real home run. Thanks to you, Terry, and everybody on your team and all of our incredible volunteers. Oh, yeah, that's great. The Kiwanis was out there. The Rotary was out there. Lions were out there. All of our service groups were doing their role at City Hall and other locations in the city. And it was just I came home late and there were still a lot of kids going door to door. It was just a really good Halloween in Marina last night. So thanks to everybody. Or 2 nights ago. Okay, well, I think now we go to the public. Anything that's on your mind, you have up to 4 minutes. Or talk about something that's not on this night's agenda, which we will get to later. But right now it's to talk about whatever's on your mind, not on the agenda later. Let's go to Brad. Hello, Brad. Sorry, Brad, I had to unmute you twice, but go ahead, Brad, when you can.
Okay, there you go.
Yep.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Welcome, Brad. Good evening.
Again, I hope you all had a safe Halloween, and I just want to piggyback on Mr. Seagrass's comment. I just want to put a shout out to Compass Church Marina. They had a trunk and treat, and it was very successful. Had a lot of people from the community come. So again, a big shout out to Compass Church Marina there off of Crescent. And also, I'm just going to be real brief. Just wondering, maybe you already talked about this, but I was just curious if there's a reason why you disabled the participant, so that way we can see how many actual participants are participating in the meeting, and it would probably be appreciated by a lot of people. So again, thank you all. Thank you for the council for all you do, and have a safe week. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad, and we'll get to all the questions when public comment is over. But next, we're going to go to Mike Owen. Hello, Mike.
Hello. These are the same 4 questions I sent you today by email. 3rd Avenue has no bicycle lanes. It does have 8 bicycle lane signs and a 3-block radius. My first question is why, if the 8 bicycle signs on 3rd Avenue are only creating sign clutter, why not remove them and place them where there are bicycle lanes? That was the second question. 3rd Avenue has 5 landmark trees designated 5 years ago without any signs to indicate their special protective status. Third question is why? Last question, the landmark tree on the corner of 9th and 2nd Avenue doesn't have a sign and is on wholly owned city property, just as are the row of landmark trees on Beach Road with 2 designated signs. Last question, why not copy the existing designated landmark sign for 9th Street and 2nd Avenue, which is the same as on Beach Road. Comments. The threat of severe damage to the 47 landmark trees on Beach Road last year by the Marina Coast Water District initial plans for their open water pipe trenching was totally unforeseen 24 years ago when the signs were first placed designating the avenue of landmark trees in 1996. As it turned out, those two signs ended up protecting not only the row of 70-foot high trees, but also the lives and property of the Beach Road residents by attracting and focusing community encouragement for Marina Coast Water District, more expensive tunneling alternative to the open trenching. Since 2019, Sea Haven and Dunes have agreed to protect about 70 trees altogether by marking them with orange protective netting. Because the protective orange netting was never placed, the saved trees were inadvertently removed. And to a degree, orange protective netting and landmark signs are the same thing. Because of the Hilltop Park inadvertent fiasco last year, lack of any city response to best entreaties so far to protect the new landmarks on 2nd and 3rd Avenue, I'm apprehensive of what future unforeseen and inadvertent threats of damage to the unprotected landmarks may appear over the horizon. The eucalyptus have a lifespan of about 300 years. Mine and yours is a little bit less. Had it not been for the Public Works Commission review of the initial plans for our 5 city parks, February 2019, the landmark tree on the corner of 9th and 2nd would have been scheduled for removal to make room for a pedestrian plaza, walkway, and 4-tag connection with space for food trucks and vendor stalls. 5 years from now, we will be celebrating our city's 50th anniversary. Our landmark trees are part of our unique history and our legacy for the future. They deserve your protection. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And we have those questions to be answered in a few moments. Let's go to Amir. Hello, Amir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Amir Chapo. I'm a new resident of Marina. I moved here in June. Seems like a great place to live. Congratulations on the historic budget you passed. Although that budget has been passed, I haven't been able to locate anything online to look at the detail around that, but maybe the timing is not right yet. I'm a public safety professional, and I appreciate Chief Nieto coming on with her No Shave November filter. Hopefully, you know, at some point we could look at policy 1044, the grooming standards policy, and try to look at it from a community-based perspective where we can possibly allow officers to grow neatly trimmed beards outside of these special type of events. In particular, I've been looking a lot at the police data, the annual reports. The last one I've been able to locate is from calendar year 2018. It's a pretty good report, has a lot of UCR crime statistics, a little bit of descriptive stuff, high-level departmental budget stuff, and then community engagement pieces and the structure. I haven't been able to find any up-to-date ones. I'm embarking on a mission to actually see, you know, the last budget I was able to locate for Marina PD was for 2021. I think it was a proposed budget around 7-point-something million. And I just want to see what Marina PD is doing with their time, because when I moved here, I just observed the police informally. I've made some public records requests, and I appreciate the help of Commander White, who has helped me with some of the interpretation of the data I received. I understand that Monterey County houses the call data or the computer-aided dispatch data from Marina PD, and there's a lot of problems with that data. I'm actually writing a report that I hope to present to the city council on detailed information on what Marina PD officers spend their time doing over the course of a year. I'm looking by beat, by shift, by, you know, type of call type. And I just really want to get a good detailed idea of what Marina PD officers are actually doing out in the field, answering those approximately 30,000 calls for service a year. I want to see is it more serious calls? Is it more traffic stops? If it's traffic stops, I want to hopefully, I know Marina PD is a small agency and they're required to report to the California DOJ the RIPA data, the Racial Identity Profiling Act data for their stop data by 2023. So I just want to see, you know, what type of stops Marina PD is doing and things of that nature. Because, you know, I've noticed on a lot of simple non-injury accidents or certain, you know, non-felony traffic stops, I see multiple officers. And maybe that's a policy where officers respond in twos, but I haven't been able to review the policy in detail to figure that out yet. But I just really want to get a good picture of what Marina PD is doing and other public safety entities. I noticed there's no public safety committee, and I was looking for more of this community-driven or community participatory process and departmental policy and things of that nature. And I just look forward to continue to live in this beautiful place and getting involved with the city of Marina and you know, providing my skills and insight wherever I can. I appreciate the time. This 4 minutes, what is not normal in a public meeting, so I'm gracious for the 4 minutes allotted to me. And I thank you all, and I look forward to continuing to stay engaged. I yield the rest of my time.
All right, Amir, thank you very much for all those comments and for working so hard on some of that data. Look forward to hearing from you in the future. Let's go to Peter Lay. Hello, Peter.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I send my communication by email to the mayor and the entire council, the city manager, and the city clerk office. And I would like to add Los Angeles Middle School to the list of schools that doesn't receive adequate 5 floors based on the engineer analysis from the consultant and as shown on the approved MCWD water master plan. And in my email, I also add a new request for public documents under the Public Record Act. And finally, I hope the city council take it seriously and respond to my questions and provide documents. I'm sure that you are concerned with the safety of all residents, and I hope you will take more active role because I raised this matter about 2 years ago in 2019, and I mentioned that, you know, for the last 2 years, nothing much has been done regarding the 5 floor and the testing. You know, right now is if you measure probably the same value you have about 2 years ago. And I also mentioned that to the MCWD and this deficiency in 5 floor, you know, went back to decades, you know, years and years, and you know, I wait for MCWD to provide information, and it may go back 51 years. And for the city Marina, you know, the some of the deficiency mentioned in the amended deployment analysis, you know, still exists since 1975. And the big issue is for some homeowner, business owner, and they don't receive the equal fire protection like, you know, like majority of us. So I don't know whether you take it seriously to address it, or it will be ongoing for a while, and you know, and it doesn't look good on the council and the city, because you know, you receive enough notice and legally on this matter, and you know, it's your responsibility to address it. Thank you very much. Good evening. Bye.
Thank you, Peter, for your dogged pursuit of information. And we'll address some of that in a few minutes. All right, let's go to Rachel Sua. Hello, Rachel. You should be able to unmute, Rachel. But if you have any technical difficulties, there's a couple of options we can try. There you go.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Rachel Sua. I am president and member of the Samoan Club of the Monterey Peninsula. We host bingos on Wednesday, Friday nights. My main concern that I wanted to bring up to the City Council is bingo ordinance 5.28.200A requiring signature, name, address, telephone numbers of all winners of $100 or more. I did collect a number of signatures from our bingo players. They're concerned about the information being collected. We are aware that it is for their safety, as we were told by Chief Nieto. However, they just do not feel comfortable giving that information. We have been collecting it and they've been very good in complying. So we'd like to review that, and I'd like to get that information of the signatures that we collected to your office. I'll try and drop it off tomorrow for you guys to please review. They feel like it's a violation of their privacy, Fourth Amendment right, to where their money is going, what they're spending their money on. They just feel very uncomfortable with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. And maybe we'll get some feedback to you in a little bit here. Let's go to Tina Walsh. Good evening, Tina.
Hello, good evening, Mayor Delgado and council members. I sent you an email earlier today, but unfortunately it never got sent. It's still in my inbox or outbox. So I'm going to read this to you. The City of Marina's vision statement, which is printed at the top of every council agenda, promotes the idea that our city desires to develop in a way that insulates it from the negative impacts of urban sprawl, to become a desirable residential and business community in a natural setting. Retaining healthy, mature trees is one example of avoiding the negative impacts of urban sprawl. Our city code allows for the designation of certain trees to be landmark trees. When a tree receives landmark status, it fulfills a part of our city's vision and should be celebrated. Marina residents have shown the desire to preserve trees by petitioning for them and by volunteering time to serve on the city tree committee. The first landmark trees in Marina are those along Beach Road that were approved in 1996. And upon their approval, the Public Works Department placed signs to mark them. Last year, these signs protected the trees by alerting the water district of their status. Therefore, the district made special accommodations while installing their new pipeline to avoid damaging the roots. In 2017, a request was submitted for landmark tree stand designation for 5 cypress trees along 3rd Avenue in the June subdivision, and 56 Marina residents living in close visual range of the trees signed the petition supporting their nomination. The landmark tree stand designation was approved in 2019, but no signs have yet been placed. Also in 2019, a request was submitted for a landmark tree designation for 1 Monterey cypress on the corner of 2nd Avenue at 9th Street. My name is on this application, along with Linda O'Connell and 3 other Marina residents. Linda has given me permission to mention her name. This tree is adjacent to the roller rink and within the footprint of the future Dune City Park. It is at the corner where one would turn to access the VA clinic. The tree committee approved this landmark tree with a recommendation that signage be included. This is recorded in the tree committee minutes of December 5th, 2019, but no signs have yet been placed. Currently, the city has hired consultants Verdi Design for the purpose of designing a new Dune City Park along Second Avenue, but the conceptual map for the project omitted any reference to the landmark tree on 2nd and 9th. We should not have to rely on private citizens to point out landmark trees. They are supposed to be recorded on a map kept by the city manager or the manager's designee. Is this landmark tree map being shown to project consultants? Is it up to date? Is it available for public inspection? Are consultants basing their designs on faulty information? In a related issue, earlier this year, a good number of protected oaks in the near vicinity were inadvertently removed due to the fact that the required orange netting was not put up to warn the demolition contractors. As the netting is a sign of demarcation, again, signs would have made the difference. Precedent for signage was set in 1996 when the first landmark trees were designated and signs placed. Why can't the city do the same for our already approved landmark trees along 2nd and 3rd Avenues on the former Fort Ord? Please honor our city's vision and history and affirm the intentions of the Marina citizens who in good faith have followed the steps to preserve these trees.
Thank you, Tina, and good questions and comments. Appreciate that. Let's go to Brian. Hello, Brian McCarthy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I just wanted to comment on two things that I heard this evening very quickly. First, Brad talked about the participant feature, and I think that's something that I voiced early on in this process of having virtual meetings, and I continue to agree that it would be a great idea. I think it's no different than in-person meetings where you can kind of get a feel for who else is in the room, and I think it really encourages kind of community participation and getting to know the other folks in your community that are interested in at least attending these meetings. Obviously, we don't know who's watching on television every night, but it's a step in the right direction. And I do hope that the council will look at that and implement it. Certainly other jurisdictions have that feature. The second thing I want to talk about is the landmark trees. I certainly agree with Tina Walsh and Mr. Owen about identifying these landmark trees really with signage. And it's kind of at the point where, frankly, I think we should change our city code to require signage. If we're going to take the time to designate trees as landmark trees, if we've decided that as a community, that's an important thing to do. I mean, I think the least we can do is slap a sign on it. It's relatively inexpensive. I'm certainly willing to donate some money to the cause or start a fundraising effort if financials is the issue from a city perspective. But I think it's important. And I think it's something that if you know, it doesn't kind of get traction through the city, I mean, it may be something that Mr. Owen and Ms. Walsh and myself, you know, may want to, you know, bring it to the voters for consideration. I think that would be a waste of money because I think it's something that can be easily handled by the city. But I hope it is considered, as it was mentioned, putting a sign on the newly designated landmark tree was a recommendation of the tree committee early on. And I just think it would be really beneficial for the city and show a lot of pride for our city. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Brian. Let's go to Carrie. Good evening,
Hello.
Carrie.
Good evening. So I'm Carrie Burley. I am the president of Marina Youth Soccer. I'm just here again to talk about the fields and the shape that they're in. We, as the city, do not have a space for Marina Youth Soccer, which is really sad to me because we have the largest. We house about 400 to 450 kids every fall between the ages of 3 years old all the way to 17 years old. This year we had to split between two fields, which we've done for the past 6 6 years between Marina, sorry, 5 years between Marina High and Los Arbales. And this year we had to move from Marina High to Marina Vista and Los Arbales. And I had so many complaints about the field at Marina Vista. And please know that we appreciate the district sharing their fields with us. And I know that they did their best to mow the lawn and have people out there filling in the gopher holes, but it was also that there was dog feces everywhere. On the last day, I had a 7-year-old fall into dog feces during the game. I support the trees. I think that that's great, but I'm also really at the point where how many trees do we have that we are honoring and we have no fields for our youth? Salinas has their own complex. Everybody surrounding us has a complex for the children, for the youth sports. Marina does not have that. And we have a very large amount of youth that need, especially after being out of school for the past 18 months, we need somewhere for our kids to go, somewhere for where it's safe. We need something organized so that families aren't having to go all over the place. And we don't have anything. And I'm really hoping that I had hoped that Marina could pull it together while my daughter was young, but my daughter's aging out and she hasn't had a sports complex living here. And I think that it's something that needs to seriously happen in the next year or two, because these kids, and I also work with youth, they need something. They need somewhere to go that they can play without. We've had kids breaking their ankles and breaking their arms because they're running into gopher holes, and it's not fair. So I'm really hoping that the city of Marina can see that our youth need sports. They need something safe. They need something that keeps them active. And we need to invest in it. We need to invest in our youth. We haven't been doing it, and we need to start, because the next couple of years are going to be vital for them to come back, get back in shape, get back into routines and health and find sports, because I've seen everybody going to different cities. They're going to Seaside, they're going to Monterey, and we're wondering why. It's because we don't have the facilities to support them. And I really want that to become something that they are proud of. They go to different cities and they're like, I got to play in Marina. I got to use this field. This was our field. So I hope that Marina can do that. Thank you for your time. And I am good. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie, for all the comments and also for being president of Marina Youth Soccer. That's a lot of kids. 425 kids is a lot of kids. All right, let's go to Alan. Good to see you, Alan, joining us tonight.
Can you hear me, Bruce?
Yes, hello, Alan. Good evening.
Okay. I just wanted, I got in a little late tonight. Did anybody mention anything about them, not them, green waste, stripping our senior citizens of the discount for green waste?
It's a big part of our agenda tonight, Alan, but right now you're just to comment on things that are not on our agenda later tonight.
Well, I saw something about green waste, but I did not see anything mentioned about senior discount, but that will be discussed during that.
Yeah, everything to do about the green waste contract will be considered.
Because my understanding, I talked to green waste people, is that as of July 1, they renegotiated a contract with Marina, and all of a sudden our senior citizens, if they're not on the PG&E care program, can't get senior discount. So that really upset me. So, but if it's going to be on the agenda, then I'll listen in.
Okay. Could our city clerk freeze Alan's time at 3 minutes so I can check in with our city attorney that when we consider approving an amendment to our franchise agreement with our waste hauler, Green Waste Recovery, will folks like Alan be able to talk about what's in the entire agreement?
Yes, they will.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And
So
they-
Alan, just hang tight. We're going
Thank
to get
you.
to it very soon. It's a second item that's an action item. So we'll get to it probably within a half an hour.
Very good.
All right. Maybe
Thanks a
more.
lot.
Thank you, Alan. So we'll give everyone a couple moments to raise their hand to speak if you haven't spoken yet. during public comment but wish to? And great comments tonight by everybody. Okay, one last call for public comment. So what we'll do at this point is we'll close public comment and discuss the questions that came up. Brad asked why we don't have participants, attendees see who's all on. And Brad, there's a webinar format which we use, and there's a meeting format which gives participants like you more participation, more access. Matt Mogeson, our assistant city manager, you kind of are our lead on our Zoom format. Can you discuss that? Why we do a webinar and not a meeting?
Sure, Mr. Mayor. So when we first set out on these virtual meetings, we evaluated both, and we ended up going with a webinar because we felt that it kind of made it so that the council was kind of the focus of the meeting for the most part. Otherwise, we have pages and pages of pictures of people, and then the difficulty on our side, which is I'm not saying it's not insurmountable, is we don't have separate people who can help us during the meeting to be moderators and to be managing it all. So turning people on and off and kind of managing the overflow, and then finding, say, the council on a list of 100 names to help you out when you need to could be a challenge. So that's, I believe, the reason why we went with the format. I have seen other cities go with different formats. I don't know if they usually have all the attendees we have, but I have seen it. So that would be a council decision if you wanted to change.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mike had a series of questions about landmark signs and bike signs. Did anyone write them down from staff to at least give a quick response and then maybe get to Mike with a more thorough response?
Yeah, but we can follow up on the bicycle sign. So if Mike could just send us an email of those specific locations, that would be great. And then on the landmark,
he did send it in as an email.
Along 3rd Avenue, I believe it was.
okay, then
So
so
Lane, I think Mike has sent a couple of, well, maybe 4 or 5 detailed emails over the last couple of weeks. Are you getting those?
yes, but it is just bandwidth. I have, yeah.
So if he were to send another email, what does that change?
Well, now it's flagged. I have it flagged at the bicycle signs and the landmark tree signs. And so we'll talk it over in our follow-up meeting tomorrow and make sure that's on our work program.
Okay, so in general, his questions were, we have bike signs on 3rd Avenue without the bike lanes. Can we move those signs to where we have bike lanes, or how hard is it to install more bike signs, such as on 3rd Avenue? So just in general, how difficult is it to get new signs, install new signs, or move signs from one location to another?
Mr. Mayor, Brian McMahon, Public Works Director, it's not terribly difficult. We do have the email from Mr. Owens, and I'll talk it over with our maintenance staff and see when we can get that addressed.
And not that you need to do it, just at least have that conversation with Mike and tell him why we're going to do it or why we can't do it or don't want to do it.
And I didn't get that it was more kind of pointing out that we had so many bike lane signs on there, but we can't get landmark tree signs. And
yeah, there was a bike sign component, and then on the landmark signs for trees, the same kind of question. We have them on Beach Road, as you know, for decades. We've apparently designated trees and approved them as landmarks, but nothing to indicate that on the ground. Is probably a bandwidth issue, but what's involved, Brian, with signing approved landmark trees?
I'm not as familiar with the processes for the tree committee, but if it's directing staff to install the signs. It's just a matter of ordering the signs and installing them on a post. So we can follow up, and it sounds like it's been directed coming out of the tree committee to actually get signs installed.
Okay. All right. Amir asked if the budget was yet available online. He couldn't find it.
Actually, we were shooting for this meeting. It'll probably be our next council meeting that we will have a final cleaned up budget document, and that'll be accepted by the council, and it'll be put on our website then. So we're probably within 30 days of having that final budget document all cleaned up.
Muted, Bruce.
You're muted, Bruce, still.
I was saying some great things, but Juan, did you have any more input right now?
Yeah, in the interim, like Lane said, we will have a fully fledged, nice buttoned up budget document. But for now, what was passed on October 5th and the corresponding action is available to the public. So if you look on the October 5th agenda, we do have about 100-page draft budget document that was kind of waiting for council input on some of the final pieces.
Okay. And Chief of Police Tina Nieto, did you want to comment on Emir's suggestion that we look at our 1044 grooming policy for officers to relax its a little bit?
At this time, we're not going to be looking at that policy. There's pros and cons to either one. I have discussed it in the past with the POA. So we're not moving in that direction for the police department.
We're going to stay in the virtual realm of growing hair.
Or no shave Novembers. Yes.
Okay. Peter asked if we have adequate, do we have adequate fire flows at our schools according to the MC Marina Coast Water District's master plan? So do we have Doug with us, our fire chief, Doug McCallan?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. We're working through all those questions and reviewing the data right now. And we hope, because they're a little bit more complex than a simple yes or no. So we're working to make sure we have good data, and we'll get back to Mr. Lee.
Okay. And City Manager Lane Long, when someone like Peter sends a whole plethora of questions that require a lot of, well-deserved responses, what obligation do we have as far as time frame? He did mention the Public Records Information Act.
So on the Public Records Information, we've actually given him all that information on the Public Records Information Act, the fire study, all those studies he has, and so we've met that. What he's wanting us to do is now research and analysis, which actually is not even required for us to do at all under the Public Records Act, but we are working on that within all the other parties we're working on, and we're hoping to be able to. Doug has most of the draft on some of the questions, but we're almost there.
All right. So if the chief and other folks are more than busy and they get a request for a large body of information, we just need to fold that into what we're already doing, but we can't make it our top priority for that week or that month.
Correct. But yeah, Mr. Lay actually has all the public records request information. We gave it to him, the fire study that had all that he could go through there and get a lot of that information and questions. I know MCWD gave him their master plan, a lot of that. Outside of that, he wanted us then to do analysis and things like that. And yeah, as you said, we're working on that within our work program and other priorities and things as they come up.
And there's no obligation under the Public Records Act to engage in that sort of analysis and provide information. We try to do it when we can.
Analysis and interpretation can be very time consuming, and that's what our fire chief is trying to balance. Is that correct?
Yes, and there's also the ISO study. I believe he has a copy of that too, the ISO study. And there's a lot of the information that's there's over 30 some questions. A lot of it goes back and forth between the Marina Coast Water District, the fire service, and then there's also some questions we don't have the answers for. We'll provide that too.
Okay. All right, thank you. Back to our police chief, Rachel asks about the necessity for the bingo ordinance requirement for personal information if you win $100 or more.
Mr. Mayor, that's part of our ordinance. And actually, she gave some incorrect information. We didn't tell her that was for the public safety. What we informed them is to make sure that the bingo halls are running correctly. And we looked at best practices when we adopted our new bingo ordinance. I made some suggestions to the bingo halls on how they could do that. And it's up to the businesses how they run their businesses. Their fear is that they're going to lose their business permit if they don't comply to the rules, which are fiscal rules to make sure that they're running correctly. The bingo halls are running correctly.
All right, so are we in any danger of unnecessarily losing our nonprofit business income from bingo if we require more strict reporting than maybe some competitive bingo hall?
Mr. Mayor, there's some regulation. The reason why we did that is that we weren't meeting our state regulations monitoring bingo halls to ensure that nonprofits are actually getting the proceeds for bingo businesses from the bingo business. In California, the charity gambling rules are in place so nonprofits can make money for nonprofits. Before, our bingo rule was just kind of like get a permit for bingo and there was no oversight. So this is just a part of the oversight to make sure that people are following the correct rules to raise money for charities. Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
Tina Walsh asked some questions that repeated the landmark tree signage that we have discussed. But she also asked a couple of questions about whether we have a map of the landmark trees that have been approved, if that map is up to date, if it's publicly available, is it provided to developers so that they know? So what do we know about any maps that we have on landmark trees?
I'm not aware of any map, but Brian, are you aware of a map?
No map that I'm aware of. I don't even think that we have anything in GIS as far as data on that. Unfortunately, I think right now we're talking about institutional knowledge.
Okay. All right. Carrie asked if there's anything we can do better for our fields. What's the status, Lane, of getting any more sports fields owned by the city for use by youth sports such as Marina Youth Soccer?
So our next sports field that we're focusing on is the Dune City Park. And that will have sports fields for soccer and potentially baseball. And so we have our conceptual design. We're moving forward with the blight removal. The consultant is on board. I think they're doing the tree study right now. But as that moves forward, that will be our next field that'll really provide some nice opportunities for our youth soccer.
Okay, so I hope everyone who wants to protect trees and also build sports fields stays in the process, because sometimes they conflict with one another, and that's kind of what's going to happen, I think, at City Park. We're going to have to make some tough decisions between trees and fields, so we'll see where that goes. Rachel, I know that you had some more comments, but our public comment is over, so you're interested in the bingo. So I hope that you stay in touch with the police chief, myself, and anyone else on City Council to make sure that we understand where you're coming from. We cannot open public comment up again until the next time we have a meeting. I think that's all I had. Did I miss any questions that other people noted from the public? Okay, let's go then to council members with their announcements and comments, starting with Council Member David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to send out a special appreciation for this past weekend to our everyone involved with the different activities and how well they were handled and attended. And from all accounts that I've received, were conducted in a very good way. So I just want to remind everyone as we move into the holiday season that we are still struggling with this very stubborn pandemic. And I want to caution everyone not to relax. The county has just reinstated another indoor mask mandate. As you move indoors, please protect your family. Please protect those who can't receive vaccinations. Please observe social distancing and remind everyone that we are still trying desperately to get away from this pandemic, but we still need to focus our efforts. I would like to just basically point out that we have 49 participants this evening. 16 are council and staff, and 33 are from the public. And my last comment is I would like to perhaps ask staff if they could bring back an item for our next council to a budget for erecting our landmark trees. And so that we can put this on our agenda, we can vote on it, and we can get the signs up as soon as possible if that's what's holding things up. So thank you. Those are my comments.
Thank you, David. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry if I look a little ghoulish like the skeleton in my background. My lighting's off today. I want to make a couple announcements, but first I want to give a happy Diwali to our Indian community that's starting on Thursday. That is an annual Festival of Lights, New Beginnings. It is observed by Hindus, Sikhs, Jains, and Buddhists, the New Buddhists around the world, and we have a very sizable community, and I just want to mark that and wish everyone a good one. I also want to give a thank you to our recreation department, all of the volunteers who put together some fantastic Halloweens. I was at the Equestrian Center drive-through. It was not as well attended as the past, but the effort was over the top. So I want to say thank you to the Marina Equestrian Association members who came out for that. Some announcements. This Saturday, Marina Youth Arts is having Urban Wine Row fundraiser. So if you head out to Urban Wine Row, those of you like Amir who's new to town, once a month our Urban Wine Row on Paul Davis Drive 3344 opens up, and we have wine that is produced locally. So a portion of proceeds will go to Marina Youth Arts, who provides free supplemental arts education in our Marina schools. I'm on the board of that, and I'm happy to cheer you with a glass of wine. Secondly, that is going to be Saturday at 1. Saturday, November 13th, there's going to be a dad's read at the Marina Library. Kona Jerry, maybe you know his barbecuing from the Legion or other places, will be our dad's read. He's going to be assisting and reading a book and doing a really nice, if you know anything, here's a little known fact about Mr. Jerry. He has an incredible succulent garden. He lives down on, I think it's Michael off Koski, and he has an incredible front yard and backyard. So he's a early man with delicate fingers for succulents. So he'll be leading the kids in a nice little planting in driftwood. So that starts at that is November 13th, along with Rabbit's Rock. Rabbit's Rock will be there at 10 if you're looking for a bunny. I have one, but let me know or show up there and you will. Rabbit's Rock is a Marina-based nonprofits. Lastly, let me see. Oh, I think Amir needed to know that it was a 2-year budget as well, so that's why he might not have seen his the budget for the police going back to the previous 2 years. Lastly, I just want to say a real thank you. Today marks a year ago today that I was elected, myself and Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala, and it has been an incredible experience. Each meeting is more energizing than the next, and I just want to say thank you to everybody who has been here with us and followed the politics and has been supportive of all the things that we have done together, including making recreation a priority. That's Carrie Burley, that's coming on deck. Increased COVID support for businesses, money for our streets, and I very much look forward to continued conversations with my constituents and anybody who would like to reach out to me. I'm available. So I just want to say thank you very much, and thank you very much to this team right here on screen and our staff. Our staff have made a tremendous go of difficult times. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. I'd like to say thank you again. Someone already mentioned Compass Church. They did put on a high quality Halloween event on Halloween night. It was a lot of fun and a lot of people. And then when that was over, a lot of folks moved over to the community center and other city events. It was a really well partnered event between the private and the city. So thanks to everybody on Halloween. And thank you to the Key Club and the Citizens for Sustainable Marina. They've been coming out regular basis to the Marina Library where there's a community garden that always has a lot of work to be done. And a special thank you, appreciation to Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala, who with her husband Harvey Biala made a couple, they purchased and produced, engraved or marked a couple of 100 signs to interpret what plants are being grown that are native to Marina there at the community garden. So it's a beautiful garden and it's open every day to everybody to come enjoy. So thanks to everyone involved with that, especially lately the Key Club, Laura Hoover and Karen Anderson. On October 6th, this coming Saturday from 10 a.m. till noon, we'll be having our monthly community cleanup along the bike path north of town, Lapis Road north of town, Del Monte Boulevard, everything north of the Del Monte Beach Road roundabout will be cleaned up all the way over to Monte Road, which is beyond the dump and right next to the highway on-ramps there on north of town, a couple miles. So that's October 6th, this Saturday from 10 a.m. meeting at the southern end, the southern junction of Lapis Road where it hits Del Monte Boulevard. All the supplies are provided along with free lunch. Then the next Saturday, before we have our next council meeting, our next Saturday, October 13th, we're going to have a 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. gardening session outside the Marina Library at the community garden. And so everyone's welcome. It's great for families, people of all ages to come join the Citizens for Sustainable Marina volunteers to do garden tasks like watering, sowing seed, transplanting plants, planting plants, harvesting food, a lot going on during that 4-hour period. So come anytime between 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. Saturday, October 13th, just outside the Marina Library, just south of the playground. All right, so now we'll move on to our consent agenda. Does any member of the public have any questions or brief comments or want to pull an item for a deeper discussion from our consent agenda? Now we'll go to the public. Elizabeth Billingsley, your hand's been up for a while. Let's find out. Do you have something regarding the consent agenda, Elizabeth? We'll come back to Elizabeth, but for right now, let's go to Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Comments on 2 items. I'll start with 8F1, which is the resolution to extend the emergency virtual meetings. And I guess my comment or quick question on that is, and I know this kind of leads into another agenda item, but the original resolution by the governor, my understanding is indicated that some emergency boards and commissions could be suspended. And so the question is for this particular item, how does that kind of relate to that? I mean, did the governor, has he said that those boards and commissions that were suspended initially should be brought back, or is that part of this? And then I don't know if you want me to go ahead with my kind of second item is regarding the pump track, and that's something I would recommend pulling all together. But if
okay, Brian, let's get your first question because I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I think the staff understand it better than I do. So let's ask staff if they can answer your governor's question about the virtual meetings. Go ahead, Lane.
Is that this item on the consent calendar is strictly related to the city council meeting only and continuing to have the city council meeting over Zoom. His question regarding the commissions will be addressed later on in the agenda on our other action item.
Correct.
Okay, Brian,
And the,
please
and the,
proceed.
the governor's orders, many of which relative to the Brown Act are now suspended and have been replaced by AB 361, which is now codified in the Brown Act. It didn't get into the level of detail of various commissions. It just addressed the relaxation of the requirements for Brown Act bodies. So.
Okay, Brian, can you continue with your next question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Second item is 8E1, and that's the call for bids on the pump track. And I have fairly extensive comments on that. I don't know, yeah, I'd recommend pulling it. Obviously, that decision is up to you and the council. If it's not pulled, I'm just wondering if I could be afforded 4 minutes to kind of provide my comments on that.
No, we'll go ahead and pull it at your suggestion, Brian.
And Mr. Mayor, I believe the intent was to pull both the agreements under G1 and 2.
I got just 8E1.
From the staff end, we're requesting that we pull G1
yeah.
and 2 also.
Right.
I'm mistaken, right? Yeah, I was talking about Engine Park. I got my numbers mixed up. So 8G1, no.
Correct. That would be pulled, and G2 would also be pulled.
Okay,
I
well,
believe it's
HG1
E1 and 2.
Those don't relate to, those are labor issues that we as a city want to pull. And
Correct.
what Brian is talking about is pulling, which we will pull, the one that regards the pump track.
Correct.
So that would be 8E2.
Correct.
Okay. All right, Brian. So we'll talk to you about this when it comes up on the action item agenda. All right, let's go to Denise Turley. Go ahead, Denise. Trying to unmute you, Denise. Okay, if Denise is having trouble, we'll come back to Denise. Elizabeth, we'll give you another shot here. Can you hear us, Elizabeth? And can you unmute? All right, Denise, well,
yeah.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Good evening, Denise.
Oh, good. Okay, I'm using a new device, so I'm trying to figure out how to use it. I'm just, your comments earlier mentioned all dates in October. So are you giving a history of what you've done in October? Were the fact dates coming up in November? I'm a little confused. I got in the middle of a conversation.
I did give a couple of dates coming up of November 6th and November 13th for community events. Is that what you meant? Looks like she has dropped out. So I'm sorry that you're still with us, Denise? Okay. So Denise, I'm sorry you dropped off, but we gave a couple of volunteer dates. Feel free to contact me. I'll give you that information. I don't know that we talked about any other dates that are coming up. So anything else you heard might have been retroactive to October, saying thanks to people for things that have happened. But let's go to Elizabeth Billingsley. Go ahead, Elizabeth.
I was going to talk to you about the green waste, the letter that we received in the mail.
Okay, Elizabeth, that is coming up, but right now we're on the consent agenda.
Oh, okay. Well, then I will wait till then. Okay. Thank you.
Look forward to it. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Yes.
All right, we'll give everyone a couple moments to talk about the consent calendar that we're talking about right now, the consent agenda. Seeing none other, let's go then to the council. Would someone like to make a motion regarding the consent agenda?
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead, Kathy, with your motion.
Okay, I'd like to move to accept the consent agenda and pull 8E2 and 8G1 and 2.
Okay, now, now two of those we're not going to hear later, right? So do you want to?
I'll second that.
Okay, and Bob, we're pulling 8G1, 8G2 to be continued, is that correct?
Correct, that is correct. They won't be heard tonight. And,
Does the motion need to state that, Bob?
No, I think as long as they're pulled, I think that's fine. And then just to make a distinction here, that 8E2 would by custom become 11D. The other two will not have a designation on the agenda tonight.
Okay.
So move.
All right. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Can I ask a question, please?
I'm sorry, Christina. Yes, go ahead.
Did we also pull E1, 8E1, the widening of Engine Parkway?
I forgot to
No.
back up. We have a motion on the floor, but I did not ask council members if they want to ask any questions or comments or pull anything for a deeper discussion. Christina, go ahead.
Yeah, I was wanting to see if we could also include that in the motion to move AE1 as well, the Engine Parkway matter.
Okay, that'll become 11E.
11E.
So does the motion maker want to modify the motion to exclude 11E? And does the seconder hold, David? We're gonna
Okay, it will, I think you misstated some of the numbers.
dropping 8E1 to become 11E.
Correct.
Uh,
And 8E2 would become 11D. It was pulled prior to Councilmember Medina pulling
Yep.
the.
Second still holds.
Now, Kathy, did you have any input? Your hand is up before I call for the vote.
That was for my motion, sorry.
No problem. All right, Anita, can you give us a roll call, please?
Not much left on the consent agenda.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, thank you everyone for that. Let's move then to our public hearing regarding our garbage disposal, basically. And who's going to lead us through this?
Brian McMahon will introduce that.
All right, we're just trying to communicate out to some consultants here. You get a PowerPoint teed up here and then do a share screen. And
Right. And while Brian's pulling that up, I'll just mention, this is a public hearing to consider introduction of an ordinance that would replace chapter 8.04 of the municipal code, which is entitled garbage disposal, with a new chapter 8.04 entitled recycling and solid waste disposal.
all right, Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'm Brian McMahon, the Public Works Director. And we're going to talk about waste and resources. So this is all kind of streaming from SB 1383, the organics waste requirements of the state of California. And this is something that's been in the works since 2016 legislation. SB 1383 has two stated goals that are still outstanding here. One is to reduce organic material disposal to landfills by 75% by the year 2025, and to recover 20% of surplus edible food for human consumption by 2025. back in, I believe it was March, there was a presentation on kind of the overall timeline and milestones that we had to hit as a city and agencies within California in general. But as I stated, it started in 2016 with the SB 1383 adopted. Basically gone through some rulemaking and adopted regulations. But the thing that we're shooting for tonight is this one in red right here for January 1st, 2022. And that is when the regulations take effect and the state enforcement begins. And one of the most, the key features and the reason for this item is that the city of Marina has to have certain requirements within our municipal code so that the city ultimately can enforce and put into place all the requirements that the state of California is requiring. And that brings us to our ordinance change here. And for this first 2 years here, there's going to be more kind of an education and outreach. The state is enforcing their end of requirements, and we're getting a lot of those things in place. But come January 1st, 2024, the city and the local governments are going to have to start taking enforcement actions. So this has been a regional effort. This is some fairly comprehensive requirements for agencies and for individual cities in this area, but staff have been working with the Monterey Regional Waste Management District staff and staff from other district member agencies to efficiently and consistently implement the SB 1383 requirements. And so the consultant from NH and advising and providing model language to incorporate SB 1383 requirements into our ordinances. So recommended actions tonight. You've already opened the public hearing and then introduce and read by title only and waive further reading and ordinance, repealing chapter 8.04 garbage disposal and adding chapter 8.04, a new chapter 8.04 recycling and solid waste. And our existing chapter 8.04 is old. Much of it is dating back to 1976, and there have been a lot of changes in the industry, a lot of changes in diversion of things that used to be considered waste from our landfills, and a focus on recycling and looking at discarded materials as resources. So the proposed incorporates the newest requirements SB 1383, as well as other provisions, previous recycling program elements required by CalRecycle. The city staff, city attorney's office, we rely fairly heavily on the HF&H model ordinance language. They provided some recommended changes back in 2016. And since we're having to make these changes for SB 1383, this was the opportune time to incorporate some of those changes as well. As I said, it's not a resource. The previous language, you see a lot of references to garbage and refuse. And that's how people used to think about things, 30, 40, 50 years ago. But now we think of recycled materials, organic materials, and solid waste are more of the categories that we try to put our discarded materials into. What's going to change with this 1383 for the residents? This is something that people are going to be talking about around their dinner table and in their kitchens. This is an example of something that's been in development that's not necessarily the final version of this, but the technical advisory committee has been working through this. And the biggest change is that the residents are going to be able to put food scraps in their green container along with their yard waste. So going in there can be fruits and vegetables, grains, your breads, and there's some discussion of just how we can get coffee grounds in there without polluting the waste stream with filters and papers and all that stuff. So an overview of the code changes, they're so extensive that we did keep a little bit of the old language in there, but for the most part, it's really largely a new code section 8.04. Updated defined terms, the number of defined terms has grown considerably, all the new regulations. We've added construction, demolition, and debris requirements into the code. Although we've had a program for that, the contractors have been reporting and what they're doing with their debris and demolition, and they're actually required to divert that as much as they can from the waste stream. This is just incorporating that into the code. Requirements for contractors to use drop rocks provided by the franchise if they're not self-hauling. The franchise agreement entitles the franchisee to the discarded materials in the city. So the franchisees provides that service. Contractors are to use that service. I'm going to say this very carefully. Income qualified senior rates have been added to the code. And this would be the senior rates that for people that qualify under the CARE program through PG&E. It's the current practice that the franchisee is using, and this just incorporates it into the municipal code. There were some questions and some concerns about senior rates going away with the franchise agreement, and there was there's a category that was agreed to when the original franchise agreement went into place, and we'll take that up under the item for the 11B, I believe it is, for the franchise amendment, just to clarify that. And then the largest part of it is incorporating SB 1383 requirements for single family, multifamily, and commercial businesses, and making sure that the streams get into the right containers, and we have the right reporting, and we reduce contamination among those waste streams. That's first bullet I already covered. On this next one, we also included exemptions from organics collections that are allowed by the new state legislation for businesses that have less than minimum amount and multifamily, or businesses that have space constraints and their existing enclosures, which don't anticipate that there's going to be a whole lot of problems with that because we're adding the food waste to the existing yard waste streams there. It adds requirements for commercial edible food generators. We're looking at diverting that 20% of food that can be recovered. So there are requirements in there for businesses of a certain size to be participating in edible food recovery, and then reporting requirements. And then if you're diverting those edible foods, they have to go to an outlet. And that brings us to the food recovery organizations and services, which are going to have reporting requirements as well. There are requirements being incorporated for CalGreen, which applies to the building codes for all new construction, commercial construction, and multifamily, making sure there is adequate space for recycling containers. And then the Moello water efficiency landscape ordinance or requirements. Since we're diverting a lot of this food waste into the green waste stream, there's going to be more compost and mulch being derived from the process, and we need to find outlets for that. Not only that, it's a good best practice for landscaping and retaining moisture. There are requirements in the proposed ordinance for city inspection, and some of that will be carried out through contracts. We're working regionally on annual inspection of lid flipping of the various different waste streams on each of the routes to identify contamination, initially for education, but ultimately come 2024, we'll get to enforcement. And so there are provisions in the proposed language for enforcement. There's been a lot coming together here over the last few weeks, and really a big push to get this to council. We did miss one reference from our old language in here on 8.04040 on solid waste container specifications. We did miss a reference to an old requirement that containers have a capacity not more than 32 gallons. The current practice is with the franchise hauler is we have waste carts and recycling carts up to 96 gallons. So we needed, staff is requesting that that change be incorporated into the proposed language if council does approve that. And so it brings us again to recommended actions. Public hearing, I'll take comments from the public, introduce and read by title only, and waive further reading the ordinance to repeal Chapter 8.4 existing garbage disposal and add a new Chapter 8.4 recycling and solid waste. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions from City Council.
Right. Thank you, Brian. Can you explain the difference between this item, 9A, what we're talking about now, and we'll open a public hearing in a few moments, and item 11B, which is about the same subject, approving an amendment to our agreement?
So this current item that we're talking about right now, this is making changes to the city's municipal code. And those are the things that are going to be on the book and carrying forward until the city changes them again. But that doesn't enact the changes that are going to have to take place on the operations and outreach and reporting side by the franchise hauler. Those requirements are embodied in the franchise agreement that we have with them. And that is going to require amendments to incorporate changes that need to take place to comply with Senate Bill 1383. Are you muted, Bruce?
Thank you. On page 3 of this staff report, at the bottom, where it says fiscal impact, financial impact, it says that this amendment that we're considering will increase cost 2.88%. So let's call it 3% for providing the service. So does that mean that roughly everyone, businesses, seniors who don't qualify for the discounted care program, but for the most part, everyone will be paying approximately 2.88 or 3% more for recycling and waste services, or sorry, natural resource disposal services?
So that reference was to, what the changes could trigger in the cost of providing the service. Any changes related to that would happen under the franchise agreement side of it. It was just provided in there so that people understand that, yeah, a lot of these requirements are going into place required by the state, good things to divert organics waste from landfills, but there's a cost associated with. Now, whether or not that leads to increased rates, we'll take that up on the item 11B. But the ordinance itself does not set the rates.
Okay, my last question is, we're about, after we hear from Councilmember Burnett and maybe other council members, we're about to go into a public hearing. If I was concerned about the cost of services or the kind of services, should I be asking questions now during public hearing on this item? Or should I be waiting until 11B when we talk about the operations side of how collection services are going to be handled?
I would say the requirements that are going into the municipal code, those are requirements imposed by the state of California. But I don't know that there's going to be a lot of changes recommended that are going to reduce that cost on this item. And it's probably, as far as setting the rates and how that mechanism takes place, probably better for the discussion under the franchise amendment.
Okay, so maybe Bob Rathie or Brian, before we open the public hearing in a few minutes, if you could describe the kinds of comments that are within the sideboards of this hearing about to be had, and the kinds of things that should wait, the kinds of comments and concerns that should wait until 11B, that would be nice, just before we go into the public hearing on this item. But for now, let's go to Councilmember Burnett and then Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a long time coming. I want to congratulate our progressive governor and the environmental boards that have contributed to the formation of these new rules regarding recycling. As with any change, there's going to be impacts on how these resources are returned for use. And so at this point, I would like to think about the city's efforts to promote recycling in the city and promoting composting, which is a major part of this new ordinance. It has been a known fact for a number of years that, you know, there's a lot of energy, there's a lot of uses that can be made from what we considered waste. And I think overall for the planet, this is a good thing. One thing that I'm not sure, but with the introduction, expanding of composting, you know, Marina, we've had an issue for a number of years related to odors and smells. And so I'm wondering, Brian, I don't know if you want to weigh in on that or think about that. Has anyone thought about how the handling of composting is going to impact us, as we are the closest jurisdiction to the regional recycling center? Those are my, I guess I made comments before questions, but those are my comments and questions at this point. Thank you.
Bob Rathie, are we within the sideboards to talk about this composting issue? You're muted, Bob.
There is, I believe, a section in the ordinance that addresses community composting.
Okay. All right, Brian? Talking about odors that may be increasing and what we're planning on doing about them.
Well, that gets back to the odor attribution study. You know, it's unfortunately been a bandwidth issue. I know the district, the solid waste district, has money set aside in their budget, as well as Monterey One Water have money set aside in their budget for the odor attribution study. You know, there will be you know, continued composting out there. Some changes to the operation, whether or not that leads to new odors or not. You know, we'll hope to get some insights through this study.
David, did that answer your question, or you have a follow-up?
Well, yes, it did. It did for now, but I would imagine that the community is probably going to want a more detailed response to that, because if we're going to increase the level of composting that's allowed from now our region, I would imagine that it's going to have a corresponding increase in the availability of odor producing scenarios. So I'm just wanted to be sure that everybody is thinking about what the impacts of this might be down the road. Thank you.
It's a very good point, David, and people should stay in tune with this issue because there are different scenarios, different options. One option would be to haul all of the organic materials to an outside location outside of our region. Another option would be to build an indoor facility at the landfill facility near a marina, so that all of the smells and materials are contained inside of the facility while they're composting. So there are different ways that this will be implemented, and it hasn't been decided yet which way will be used. And some ways will have more odors created for marina residents than other ways. And they might have cost differentials there included as well. So it's a really good point that you bring up, and I hope everyone who cares about odors in marina stays involved with those discussions. All right, let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So let me just try to organize my thoughts here. So these are big chapters, obviously, but if I can understand that this SB 1383, which is pretty momentous, came into effect November 2020. So we're changing our very outdated chapters for waste disposal a year basically after the 1383 became law, correct?
Actually, the 1383 was signed in law in 2016. The rulemaking, yeah, the rulemaking and all that stuff, it didn't get fully baked until the 2020 timeframe, roughly.
Okay, all right. So it's good that we're updating ours, but other agencies, probably the solid waste district and some of the private waste disposal companies like Green Waste have been working on this for a year. I mean, we're just changing our policy, correct?
Oh, yeah, we've been working on this, to some extent. TAC has been looking at it coming down, the requirements coming through from the state since the law was enacted. So
Right.
it's been a lot of work over the years.
Right. Okay. But in particular, the last year when some of the final administrative things have come down. So so some of this and Council Member Burnett was talking about the odors and stuff, and one of the goals, it seems, for SB 1383, as it's outlined here, is to reduce organic material disposal in landfills by 75% by 2025. That's an enormous goal, I presume. And when I think about the odors, I thought that the odors at our landfill, for example, were attributed to the organic material, and I thought because of methane. Is that, did I get that correct? It's the degradation of organic material that produces methane, or did I get that wrong?
Well,
yes. Okay. Bruce is
there's
saying yes.
And other products, methane being one of them.
Hydrogen sulfide is usually the compound that's causing the odor and VOCs. The methane itself is odorless.
Oh, okay. So those compounds. But so what the whole law is trying to do is to essentially resolve our issue of odors, if you will, by reducing it to 75%. Can I say that? No, it has nothing to do with the odors.
Again, it's getting the methane out of the landfill and stopping the prevention of methane. Unfortunately, the composting process creates VOCs. And so, as Mayor Delgado indicated, the trick to solving the odor issue is by revising the way that the compost process works, so that as you're adding things like food to it that create hydrogen sulfide, you manage those odors in a way that prevents them from spreading beyond the site.
Okay, so hydrogen sulfide is totally a different process than the methane. And I understand it's odorless, but I was thinking that in the same process that we would somehow also be mitigating some of the hydrogen sulfide, but you're saying no. Okay, all right, that's important to know. And because people have been working on this policies for over a year, these processes of how we're going to dispose of certain products now have already been rolled out by, let's say, Green Waste or the Solid Waste District. Have they already coached people on food scraps going into the green bin and all of that?
So the organics diversion is already actually started with the commercial businesses. So that collection's already started. This is moving it more towards the residential side. So there's going to have to be considerable outreach and education related to this rollout, and that's kind of why we're working regionally. So we're staying. We have consistent messaging that's going out to the residence area. and we're all moving forward with that same message. This first couple years is really, it's the education piece, and educating the public and monitoring for contamination so that we can make whatever tweaks to the processes need to be made, because come 2024, that's when the enforcement, we start enforcing for the residents.
Is that educational component our responsibility as a city, or just who we contract with?
So it can be a combination, but for the most part, it is, this is getting again to our other action item 11B. It's part of the green waste recovery franchise agreement. So they do a lot of the heavy lifting on making all the contacts with all of the residents and the businesses in the community. And a lot of this messaging and stuff will be through them, at least initially.
Okay, but directly, we're not doing this on our own. But if we did not, if our contractor did not provide the correct information or in a timely manner, according to the new law, then we would probably suffer the city itself would suffer the penalties or whatever.
Yeah, the state of California will be talking to us.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
All right. And Rob, you've mentioned VOCs, volatile organic compounds, a couple of times, and those are just chemicals that are during the composting and other industrial processes. And in the composting, I think most of them are considered light alcohols. But can you give us any brief addition to that, what VOCs are that you've mentioned?
Unfortunately, I'm not a soil scientist or a chemist, so I can't get too much deeper than you've already gone. But yes, you're correct that it generally is producing VOCs that are the result of a fermentation process and a process from the microbes and the fungi that are in the composting process that break down the food and the yard trimmings into the soil. And again, these are very natural things that happen on forest floors and in your backyard all the time. But what's happening in the compost process is you're concentrating a lot of it in one place. And so it tends to generate odor. And so there are mitigations. You mentioned putting it in a building. There are other mitigations where you can cover the piles of compost to prevent odors from being emitted from them. You can put forced air to suck the air out and treat the air before it's emitted. And so I know the district is looking at a number of options right now to mitigate those odors. And the attribution study that Brian mentioned is certainly the first step to figuring out, what is the effective solution to the problem.
Okay.
I'll just mention that Rob Hilton is the one speaking. He joined us. He's with HF&H, so he was covering multiple games tonight at different city councils. Now we're fortunate he's able to pop in.
He's our utility player. All right. So we'll open the public hearing for public comment at this time, starting with Elizabeth Billingsley. But before we take public comment, Bob Rathie, our city attorney representative, can you tell us the sideboards for this public comment compared to the public comment we're going to ask for a little bit later on our waste collection services? You're muted, Bob.
Public comment that's on the item before you right now under the public hearing, item 9A, would be comments on the ordinance, which is in the packet and proposed for introduction tonight. Questions on the application of specific provisions of the ordinance, and possibly some more general questions in terms of how this new ordinance might affect customers and any differences from the old ordinance that is replacing it. So those comments should be on the ordinance itself, which is before you for introduction.
Cost increases, Bob, is now the time to talk about those, or 11B, the next?
I think the cost increases would be under 11B, I believe. That's the amendment and the assignment of the agreement with green waste recovery. I would commend your attention to the Exhibit B of that agenda item, which is a Mr. Hilton's firm review and report of that amendment and assignment to guide the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Bob. I might ask you to weigh in again when we hear some public comments to make sure we're staying on track.
Sure.
So,
Mayor, may I have we talked about a brief break around 8 o'clock. Is now an appropriate time to do that? Or do you want to wait after the
8:24?
well, we only have 2 people right now, but council, it's up to you. You want to take a break now or after public comment?
I'd say after, since we only have a few.
Okay, Kathy?
Yeah, the 2 is fine, but we do need a break. Got to eat something.
All right, so we will open the public hearing and Elizabeth Billingsley, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, council members, I don't know if this is the proper time to ask this, but Greenway sent me a letter and telling me that I have to prove that I'm a senior citizen. Now, when they got the contract.
Yes, Elizabeth.
Yes.
I think this is for later, but let's get our attorney. Let's stop the clock here. Bob?
Yeah, this would be under the next item, which actually there's an item between this and that one.
Okay,
This would
so
be in the
Elizabeth.
amendment and
right.
assignment, I believe.
And I will wait.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Let's go to Paula Palo.
However, I would remark that there is a provision for senior discount in the ordinance as well.
Well, that's what I want to talk about.
Right.
Let's go ahead, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
Now, they sent me the letter and telling me that I have to prove that I'm a senior citizen. When they, grandfathered us in, I was a senior citizen. So why would that change? That doesn't make any sense. I didn't get any younger. I got older. So, I mean, these people, I don't know what the heck they're thinking about. Besides that, I'm supposed to prove that I have care. Well, just because I'm making $100 more than what PG&E allows me, I cannot qualify for care. So that is kind of restricting me. Besides that, I don't have enough garbage to put out. I have a 32 gallon can and I have one little plastic bag of garbage in there. Now that's it. I have yard waste a little bit. I have some paper that, that most of it I shred. But other than that, and here they want to increase it. I hope that you guys stop and think. Senior citizens do not have the ability to pay for, I don't know how much increase, what they probably want, And like I said, I could go 6 months before my can would be full. 6 months. I have one little bag. There's my Kleenex in there and maybe, for the toothpaste thing. I mean, that's it. I recycle my stuff and I'm by myself, so I don't cook that much. So I would have, and what I do have in our potato press, I have a bin in the back and I put it in there. I compost it. So I can't see it. And I'm not the only senior citizen that's in the same boat. Half of us don't have any garbage to go out. And they want to take away this from us. And I really hope that you guys are not going to allow them to do that. Thank you. That's my comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth. And you kind of bleeded a little bit into 11B coming up, but I'm sure it was going to be aired.
I'm sorry about that.
No, that's fine. All right. I hope that the staff kind of tried to write down so we can respond to you in a few minutes. But for now, let's go to Paula. Thanks for being patient, Paula.
Am I coming through now? Keep saying that I'm on. Okay, good. Okay, so I wanted to speak to section 8.04.160B. It also relates to the program for a senior discount. And I want to point out that it talks about the amount of the discount along with the application will be documented and published by the city and the city authorized service providers, blah, blah, blah. The reason why I want to bring this up now is because I need to point out, and it's sort of similar to what Elizabeth just said, but it's kind of the flip side of that it's not just the amount of the discount, but it's the product that's being discounted. as she points out, she probably has the smallest can. Many people I know who are seniors who are under the PG&E Care Assistance Program out in Preston and Abrams Park, they also receive only the smallest can, and they're told that that is all they can receive. So it's not just the matter of the discount. It needs to be the full complement of cans that are offered to regular residents who are not under these programs. It's the product as well as the amount of the discount that needs to be addressed. Now, maybe that can be addressed in the policy, the subsequent policy, but I think it's a small weakness in this that it talks about the amount of the discount without explaining that all of the products should be available. You could have a household that has 2 seniors in it and a younger person perhaps taking care of the seniors, and you have a 3-person household. That small can that they're limited to right now under this current program is not adequate perhaps for their needs. So I just needed to say that, and I can bring it back under the other items as well. But I think that there is a small amount of tweak in here perhaps that might need to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. And I hope staff writes that down so when we get to responses, we'll go through Paula's comments. Let's go to Nancy Amadeo. Hello, Nancy. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I have a question regarding what is edible food waste that's going in with the current yard waste under the new ordinance. I always thought that things that were composted needed to be plant material, but edible food waste could be animal as well. It could be beef or pork or chicken or fish. And is that included, that animal waste, to go in with the yard waste along with your broccoli or other material? That's my only question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Nancy, for checking in with us here with your question. All right, let's go to Elizabeth Vischer. Good evening, Elizabeth.
Good evening, Mayor Delgado and City Council. I also am not sure if this is the right time for me to speak. I already sent in my question, hoping to save some time. I would like to know if the City Council could use this change in the ordinance to change the start time of the collection. I have learned that the waste collection is an exemption in the noise ordinance, and that they can start at 6 a.m. I know from next door that many people are really woken up by the loud beeping trucks, especially when they back up.
Okay, Elizabeth, let me check. Let's check in. Let's stop the clock here. Bob, the collection service time for this item or for next item, or could you do both?
I can just redo it if that's easier, and then you can have your break now. I will just stay on.
Let's ask the city attorney so we stay on track.
I think this might be appropriate under the next item.
Yes,
Okay, Elizabeth.
I would say it's going to have some pretty far-reaching impacts on the franchise agreement if those times change.
Right.
Therefore, let's wait till 11B. But we've got an opener, Elizabeth, so when 11B comes, you can kind of jump to the middle a little bit.
Thank you. I'll be back. Thank you.
And we did get your email question on the same timing of the services. So thank you for that in advance. All right, let's go to Ryan McCarthy.
Thank you, members of the council. I think what you're hearing tonight is there are members of the public that are very vested in what's going on with waste removal. And I think it may be a lesson learned for future ordinances that maybe instead of the standard 2 readings, there's enough time for a reading with lots of questions and time for changes, and then 2 required readings to make it law. So just kind of a note there, but bottom line up front, I very much support the broad spirit of the ordinance. And I want to mention that something that wasn't really widely talked about, and this ordinance is very much an ordinance that, by the way, I read exhaustively, but it's very much about, among other things, conserving water. Mr. McMinn talked about the compost aspects of the ordinance that helps retain moisture. He talked about, or actually what he didn't talk about is the requirements for what the requirements for additional food waste diversions kind of does for our water supply. We know that a majority of water used in our area is used by agriculture. And we know that a disturbing amount of all the food grown in our area goes to waste, much of it not even making it off the field. And that does, half of that ends up in the landfill. Look, this is a huge ordinance. I counted 13 pages of definitions ranging from definition A to definition XXXX. A couple quick comments. Section 8.04.020 makes it unlawful to have waste in your bin for a period of over 7 days. So if you go on vacation and you throw something away the day before your vacation, according to this ordinance, you're breaking the law. I think that's a little strict, but I understand it's something that will likely never be enforced. Just kind of wondering if, that could be reworded. Maybe there's not really enough time to have this ordinance come back if it needs to be approved in a timely manner. I want to talk about environmental justice concerns because Councilmember Biala spoke about those. And I just want to remind Council what environmental justice means broadly to many people, and that is the distribution of benefits and burdens of a project. And so we know we suffer a lot of burdens, and I'm just curious what some of the benefits of being so close to the landfill are for the city of Marina. I do take a slightly different view. I do think that, that it's absolutely appropriate to talk about the senior discount. This is part of the ordinance. If you vote to adopt this tonight, then you're voting to adopt the language of the senior discount. So I don't know why you wouldn't want folks to talk about that. I looked up some of the discounts in neighboring cities. Whittier, for example, offers a discount of 10% to military. Some judge senior discounts based on if they receive supplemental Social Security income. Some say if you have a utility discount. So I do think that's an appropriate part of this discussion in this ordinance. And so I hope it will be talked about before you adopt it. Because if you adopt it, then that's kind of what you're approving. So the last thing I want to talk about is just enforcement. Mr. McMahon kind of talked about that. And I think staff is going to want to hear from you, the council, how important enforcement is going to be for the city. And so when they put out this RFP for enforcement services, as mentioned in the staff report, how strict do you want that RFP to be? What's the varying degree of enforcement, and what benefits does that have on the environment, depending on what you're asking for? So again, I encourage you to have that conversation with your staff. I've been a big proponent of enforcement on a lot of things. Trash would certainly be one of them. I think it would improve city aesthetics if there's a little more enforcement, and it would certainly have a tremendous positive environmental impact on our city. So I hope when that RFP comes out that we look for a pretty high degree of enforcement, which many of our neighboring cities, by the way, are already doing. We're a little behind the curve on that. So I'll reserve the rest of my comments for the next item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. Let's go to Denise Turley. Welcome back, Denise. Hope that your connection is good.
I think so. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. Those were my questions. So there is a category of low income, and there is a category of senior, but I don't think that there's any category of low income senior from the materials that I got that I read. And here
Okay, Denise,
sit.
Denise, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Denise, but let me interrupt. Let's stop the clock. Bob, these categories for bill rates, is that more germane to 11B or now? You're muted, Bob.
The senior discount provision is in the ordinance, so I think we can entertain comments on it under this item.
Okay. Thank you, Denise, for letting me interrupt. But go ahead, Denise, please proceed.
Okay, so basically all I really need to know, sitting at 64 and a half, what exact age in months, days, and years is senior, and when exactly it is that we can start putting compost in with our yard waste. Those two questions. Thank you for your patience, Bruce.
No, thank you. I just want to make sure we're on track. Thank you, Denise, for being brief as well. Okay, would anyone else like to speak for up to 4 minutes? we're not going to close this hearing until everyone has a chance to speak who wants to. Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Whoops, let's go. Well, Elizabeth, you have your hands up, but you already spoke, so we can't let you speak a second time, but you can speak again on this issue when we get to 11B. Okay, so answers to questions. Denise, you just asked when composting of food will be available to us, and that is January 1st, 2022. You should be able to put your food waste into your yard waste, the same bin as your yard waste. And that kind of connects to Nancy Amadeo's question about, can you put beef and chicken, et cetera? And Nancy, there's a lot of do's and don'ts. I don't think they want grease. They don't mind cooked chicken, but I'm not sure they want a raw chicken. Rob Hilton, can you talk about, or Brian, what's the definition of edible food waste? And just a few examples of what's good and what's okay and what's not allowed. But I know there's more education material to come out on that topic.
I'd be happy to jump in. So I want to clarify sort of two different things. The term edible food, as Brian was describing it, is food that is still safe for human consumption and could be donated, say, to a church that has a feeding mission or a food bank or something like that. So edible food, when we talk about that, is intended for human consumption and hopefully gets into human stomachs. The compostable materials and the list of acceptable materials there includes the full spectrum of food. Now, the composter does not want raw meat, and there are other processes that are appropriate for raw meat. So they have excluded that. They've excluded certain food soiled papers. So if they have like a Starbucks cup, for example, that has a plastic liner on the inside of it, that isn't acceptable, but your coffee filter or your tea bag would be acceptable.
As long as it doesn't have staples in it, correct?
As long as it doesn't have staples in it, and hopefully it's not plastic. So yeah, there are some nuances, and that's why the educational materials are coming out. And Brian showed that graphic that they're going to use that'll be on your food pail, it'll be on your container. So you'll get lots of opportunities to interact with what's acceptable and what isn't. But yes, meat, bones, and dairy are all part of the program, provided that they're cooked.
And things like grease, Rob,
Fats, oils, and grease are best not to go into this system. Small incidental amounts of it are okay, but those are the sorts of things that cause the odor, and so they're trying to limit those materials.
Okay, thanks for those questions, and thanks for helping us with the answers. Brian brings up the environmental justice concept and the distribution of burdens versus benefits, and asks, maybe what are some benefits? And I'll start off and ask Brian to follow up. One benefit is that it's closer for Marina residents than any other city to use the services at the Monterey Regional Waste Management District facilities, the landfill, the electronic waste disposal, the hazardous materials disposal, the last chance mercantile, what have you. Everything that you go there for is easier for Marina residents, so that the Marina zip code gets far more customers going to that facility to do those activities than any other zip code. If you lived in Big Sur, good luck going to the Monterey Regional Waste Management District to drop off your batteries, right? So that's one benefit. I think our rates might be a little bit less than other cities because the waste hauling trucks travel fewer miles to take care of our services as compared to a city that's further away, like Pacific Grove, for example. But Brian and Rob, any other benefits that you want to discuss? And then we'll get a little bit into burdens, perhaps. But go ahead.
I think you hit the key points there, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and then as far as the burdens, I think it's land use, where we can't build within 1,000 feet of the landfill. But maybe the trade-off there is open space that's required in that buffer zone. And then there are the odor issues that we're trying to deal with, but they're really tough to deal with, as we're finding out. So I think odors are the biggest burden. Maybe the reputation of being the city closest to the landfill is a burden, and not being able to build within 1,000 feet if you homes and other kinds of urbanization that cannot occur within I think maybe a 1,500 foot or 1,000 foot, I forget which, distance of the landfill. So those are some of the burdens that Marina bears more than any other city. Rob or Brian, do you have other burdens that you'd like to discuss? All right. Christina, did you have something about burdens or benefits, or your hand up for another comment later?
Probably another comment. It has to do with another section of the ordinance.
Okay. All right. Denise asked for a specific definition in age for seniors. What qualifies?
So the ordinance as changed as drafted here, it defines a qualifying age of 65 years or above. And that's specifically stated in the ordinance language. But it does have that requirement for assistance under third-party utility discount programs, such as PG&E's Care Ratepayer Assistance Program. So kind of those two categories.
Okay. Can somebody address Paula's concern about the product availability needing, or should, in her opinion, be available to everyone? And you heard her talking about that example of a 2 senior, 1 younger person household. It may be restricted to smaller containers.
So it's important to understand some background on this, which is the franchise agreement that the city entered into with Green Waste Recovery 7 years ago includes exactly the language that's in this ordinance, and the ordinance just was never updated to incorporate the requirements of the franchise agreement. So your contract as it reads says there's a certain number of customers that were grandfathered in who don't have to be tested for the care or lifeline programs each year, and Green Waste does recertify that those people are still living in the home that was grandfathered in on a periodic basis. So the letters that folks have gotten are generally to just make sure that the same people are living there that were the subject of the grandfathering provision. Then anybody after 2015 that came into the system that wasn't grandfathered in has these rate rules or these discount programs applied. It's not just age, it's also an income basis. And so again, that was part of the deal that was negotiated 7 years ago for the contract that went into effect 6 years ago. And so Green Waste has not changed the program since the beginning of the contract. It has been what it is. It's just that the ordinance is now going to match what is in effect. So it's important to understand that if you change those rules, it reopens the contract pricing, and it'll affect pricing for a number of other customers throughout the system. We'd have to redo the rate modeling effectively.
And
so in terms of the product availability, one of the rules that was agreed upon was that senior rate would be allowed only for that small container size. That said, there are many families, my own included, 4 of us and 3 dogs, that fit into a 20-gallon container. And so it's very possible, if there's 2 seniors and a caregiver in the house, that they can fit into that smaller garbage container, because we also give them a 96-gallon recycle and a 96-gallon organic. So they do have quite a lot of capacity available to them.
And, I probably breaching the sideboards here. We do have Green Waste representatives here, but in discussions with them, their mailing for verification this time around included some addresses that were people that were grandfathered in. So there are people that should not have gotten letters saying that they need to verify their part of the care program. So, and that has generated a lot of the questions and a lot of the angst around it. The grandfathering is not going away per this ordinance or per the franchise amendment further on in the agenda.
Okay, we heard a couple of people mention the costs, and other than a brief section in 8.04160, which just briefly mentions that the services provided need to be covered by the fees and the costs, I couldn't find anything else about the care program. So can you educate me where the costs and fee programs are in this ordinance?
Cost and fee programs.
You know, people are concerned about costs and the care program provisions.
The eligibility, I believe, is in subsection B under 804-160. And in the middle, it says provided that the party receiving it is eligible for PG&E's care program. So I think that's the language that is the subject of such discussion.
Okay, thank you. So are there optional ways to word that, to revise that? Or do you believe that that is the best way that we can handle this issue?
Well, Mr. Mayor, that part A of that, it talks about setting rates for collection of solid waste, and that gives the flexibility on an annual basis to set the rates. So I think at any time that rates come forward, it could be something that's a topic for discussion. But setting it by ordinance in here, that kind of doesn't give it the flexibility to change with the needs of the time.
Okay, and then part B of that section, using the PG&E alternate rates for energy program, what do we say to folks that don't qualify because they make a little bit too much money and they're going to have a hard time with any increases in costs?
The challenge that we have is the issue of income verification, and the city likely does not want to be in the business of doing income verification on a regular basis for these things. And so we tend in these programs throughout the state to rely on Lifeline or CARE or other utility programs that are available that do that income verification. And the language of the ordinance is flexible enough. It references the CARE program, but it also says other utility programs. So because some of those programs have different requirements, it may be that they qualify for Lifeline, for example, with AT&T for their phone service, but not for CARE with PG&E because there are some different standards there. So part of the issue may be in how we set up the application form that's described in here, and maybe part of the staff work on that could be to identify some other eligible programs that wouldn't require either the hauler or the city to do that income verification. But you do have a bit of latitude with the way that the language was drafted.
Okay, but this seems to, oh no, it does not lock us into the PG&E care program. It just says discount programs such as, and that's what you're saying, is that we not only have flexibility on the rates we charge, but we have flexibility on how we verify income to see if a given household qualifies for the discounted senior rate.
Right.
Okay. All right. Did I miss any questions that others noted before we get to David and Christina?
There was one question about the 7-day rule, and that people might be violating the law if they didn't put their container out every week. The California Health and Safety Code, Title 14, requires that any putrescible waste be removed from the premises at least every 7 days. So that's existing state law, and it really is around public health. People used to get diseases that were contracted from garbage, and because we manage garbage in a better way now, we don't have those diseases as a public health issue. So that's why it's there. Nobody's going to enforce against you if you were on vacation and you didn't set your container out, I don't think. It's fairly common that sort of thing happens. And, again, while you're on vacation, the generation of the waste was reduced. So I don't think it will be a problem, but it's simply mirroring state code.
All right. You mentioned the good Scrabble word, putrescible. Can you explain what that is?
Yes. Any food matter that you have will putrefy, and that odor that you get off of it is that putrefaction. So it's the degradation of an organic material to the point that it is pretty gross.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to, well, David, if you don't mind, let's go to Christina first, unless you have other questions that we didn't cover from public comment. Okay, let's go to Councilmember Christina.
Mr. Mayor,
I thought take a break.
Yeah.
Break. Okay, see everybody at.
Now that we learned a new word, putrefaction, we can take a break.
So is 9 o'clock okay to resume at 9 o'clock? I don't have a good clock on me.
Well, it's right now is we're at 8:53. So
Okay, so let's meet back and resume at 9 o'clock.
that's,
Everyone can have a break. Thank you.
by the way,
everyone.
Mr. Mayor, you can congratulate Atlanta for winning the World Series. 7-0.
I don't congratulate the teams that beat the Dodgers, but I'm glad they won. Thank you. fastball and twice when it was a breaking ball. That's not allowed. Besides having camera surveillance of the catcher's signals to communicate to the guy with the trash can in the dugout. Not good. All right.
That won't take place under our new ordinance.
So we had public comment. We answered the comments during public hearing. So now it comes back to the council members, and let's go with Councilmember Burnett, and then when Christina Medina Dirksen comes back. And we'll also welcome Councilmember Lisa Berkeley. Thanks, Lisa, for joining us. She's with us now. But go ahead, Council. You're welcome. Okay, David.
Okay, I would like to say that there are 19 panelists and 23 general public in attendance at this moment. So I think there's still some confusion about the that a senior can get a discount, I believe is clear, but that they should be restricted to a size of can, I think is not fair because of the scenario that was given, that if they have, you know, caregivers, or they have a certain incontinence level and they require, you know, why should they be restricted to a smaller can? If I could get a response on that, I would really appreciate it.
I don't know that I'm going to be able to give the answer that you want definitively here. I think this would be a good conversation to have with the green waste people as far as the impacts to service and stuff. You know, what that impacts. Does this ordinance is written preclude that from happening? No, it doesn't. And so that could be something that could be clarified, you know, under franchise or other agreements with green waste. So I just don't know if we've definitively defined that for the ordinance itself.
The basic reason that it's there is because that's the language that's in the contract between the city and Green Waste Recovery. And so it would require amendment to the franchise agreement and amendment to the rates to accomplish that, which, you know, you could certainly do by direction to staff.
Well, I would like for, you know, staff to at least maybe think about some wording or some changes that might not have a too serious impact, you know, physically on the city. But again, I think it's a matter of fairness that there are circumstances where seniors are in a situation and they appreciate the discount, but that does not necessarily mean that, you know, the size of their container should also be smaller as well. So thank you, Brian. But, you know, I would like staff to at least think about that and get back to me if there's some wording that might preclude this, or at least make it simpler for seniors on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you very much. I want to have a little bit of clarification, first of all. This contract is for a period not to exceed 15 years. Is that correct? Right?
So,
and we come back and look at it at any point, or can you clarify on that? That's my first question.
well, I guess to
What's
speak
an
of the
ordinance?
contract, we're the current one, or are you talking to the portion in the ordinance that talks about entering into contracts?
Well, I'm looking at page 45, attachment to page 7 of 8. It has to do with the section 804.210, the contract length. Sorry.
So yeah, so it says then, and this is the ordinance language, that you know, should the city enter into future contracts, it limits it to 15 years with an option period not to exceed 10 years.
Okay, so that being said, we have a long-term agreement here, or a long-term ordinance, or I don't, how would you qualify that? What would you say it was?
The ordinance or the contract term?
The agreement term is, the agreement term is the subject.
Okay.
The ordinance isn't, the ordinance just bounds the outward length. You could make it shorter. Your current agreement is 15 years plus 5 option years.
Okay, so with that as a premise, it's a pretty long term. When we get back to the area where we talk about the senior discounted rate, and I really would like some better language there, because you talk about the CARES Act program, and I would like maybe some languages that say that it's not limited to, because we don't know how long PG&E is going to be around, quite frankly. But you know, we have some unforeseen circumstances in our future. I think we need to make that a little broader, because as you can see, there is some concerns from some of our constituency that they may not qualify for that program. And maybe there might be other programs that come along. So if we can say maybe, but not limited to, including, but not limited to, I'd be more comfortable with that.
The language is essentially does say that.
Well, they say that it shall be available for any customers age 65 years or above, provided that such customer demonstrates that they receive assistance under third-party utility discount programs such as.
Right.
So that's,
But I would like the words to make it more broad, such as, but and not limited to. Such as. Well, the other question I have also with this area is, I mean, we have some areas where we're talking about seniors. Is there any provisions in this ordinance, or maybe this is going to be the next item, that talks about other low-income qualifiers?
No, there is nothing in either one for other
Is there a reason
income
for that,
categories.
or is it just expanding the program beyond what its intent is? Or because is it correct that garbage collection is mandated? People have to have garbage. Is that true?
Yes, it's mandated under the ordinance that they have to subscribe to the service. So
Well, if we are, well, I don't mean to poke a ton of holes in this, but if we're mandating as a government entity that people do something, and they may not have the financial means to, I think we should have a little bit of a safety net somewhere in here, especially
well,
again.
you know, I think it is kind of fall in the category of kind of utilities, things that you have and that you pay for. So tying it to kind of that senior income qualified, but I'm just not sure if there are other assistance programs out there that may be able to step in those types of situations. I don't know that I have the current rates available to me now, just to kind of.
Well, I think it's just maybe something to think about. Are there other agreements, Mr. Hilton, that are in place that offer similar type? Sorry, my dog is whining.
Yeah.
I just worry that we're mandating something, and if you can't pay for it, then what?
So there historically have been discount rates in utilities for seniors, low income folks with certain qualifications. With the implementation of Proposition 218 in California, those have largely gone away because Prop 218 requires that you assign the cost of service proportional to the users and that you not consider things like age or income level. And in those programs, if you have a discount and it's subject to Prop 218, you have to fund that discount through discretionary funding sources, general fund, penalty fees, things like that. And so over the last 15 years or so, as Prop 218 has been litigated and implemented, the availability of funding to subsidize those programs from general funds has generally not been there. So they have gone away by and large from water and sewer programs, many solid waste programs. When this new agreement was going into effect, the old agreement that you had previously had a senior rate. It did not have a low income rate. And so it was negotiated with the incoming hauler to maintain that list of customers that would be eligible just on an age basis without an income restriction. And then it was negotiated to continue the age-based program, but with a income qualifier. So that's what's in the agreement. That was translated now into the code. However, you do have provisions in your franchise agreement that allow for a city-directed change in scope. And so you could always sit down with Green Waste Recovery and negotiate what it would take to implement a strictly senior with no income restriction, a low income program. We could negotiate all of those things. We did that with Green Waste in Seaside. And as we presented the impacts of doing a program expansion to the city council and what the effects would be on other ratepayers, at least in Seaside, it was not acceptable to that city council to implement the program in a way that would affect that many of the remaining customers. So it is something we could look at and negotiate and bring to you for your consideration. That would take a bit of time, but probably by next year's rate cycle, we could have those discussions and figure out what those impacts would look like.
I think it'd be a disservice if we didn't at least explore it. Not only, Marina's median income and the number of children on free and reduced lunch exceeds other cities in our area. So we are not a rich community. Not only that, we're heavy on students. We have a student population. So if government's mandating, that's my question. I will move on to the next one. There is a provision for scavenging. And scavenging, we often have this problem from time to time of people going through other people's yard waste or garbage. Is that the correct definition of scavenging, when anybody but the contractor? Then I have a very specific question. When I wheel my trash out to the curb and it's ready to go, I was told it is now the property of the trash hauler. Is that correct? I mean, I can modify, right? Okay, so when there is a scavenger, and I did my page number here, it does not provide for any remedy. So if somebody's coming through my neighborhood and trying to get the cans out of my trash, what's the fine or what's to come of that? It just says it's unlawful. So then what? I have tried calling you all before in the past when this has happened. So can you explain to me what next is on scavenging?
So the scavenging is going into the ordinance. And then I was trying to get to here, there's fines incorporated into the enforcement section. So, going forward, there would be recourse or remedy to follow up with that.
I'm looking for the number on the ordinance number here. I had it earmarked, but
for scavenging.
Is it on 43? No, that was restricted.
Scavenging is 8.04090.
I know. Tell me again.
8.04.090.
That's burning of rubbish.
That's the old language.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it's been the new 8.04090 is scavenging.
I believe the answer to your question is that all of the provisions of this chapter are subject to the administrative citation process, which has an escalating fine basis in it. And I think that points to your enforcement section of your municipal code that prescribes that broadly for many violations of the code.
Who's going to enforce that? Was that already asked?
Well, ultimately, it's the city's responsibility for the enforcement.
Yeah.
And so
we enforce now also through citation.
Okay, so is there language there that says that it is subject to citation? I'm still having trouble finding. I know that I marked the page.
Penalty amounts for types of violations, it gives the penalty amounts, the whole section 8.04.330. It speaks to enforcement of violations.
Right.
Okay, I'll read it. It says it's unlawful for persons other than the appropriate city authorized provider to collect discarded materials placed for collection in containers labeled for use in connection with waste management program sponsored by the city or authorized service provider. And then is it a given then, such penalty or such
Well, it says that it's unlawful, and so the
Right.
enforcement section basically covers all the things that are unlawful or violations of this section.
And
Oh, the
we
pay
could-
on top.
and we could enforce through administrative citation, or we could enforce through, in this case, it'd be an infraction.
Okay,
And,
I
and
get
we
that.
do, and we do. The police department does issue citations for that.
Do we know how many? Tina?
Well,
It's
question-
okay. I'll let that one go. That's okay.
Not exactly.
I know.
It's not infrequent. It's not
No,
an
I-
infrequent citation when I sign off on those.
I can tell you there weren't any for scavenging, because scavenging is proposed as a new addition to the ordinance. So the answer is 0 at this point.
Okay.
But we-
Thank you very much for that clarification and for that provision. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So are we still on questions only? Okay. All right. So my questions. On section 8.04.16, again, the collection rates and charges, since that's kind of a focus of the public, and we're looking at low-income senior citizen customers. So, and we talk about the CARE program. How many people are on this CARE program? Is it a lot? And is it easily accessible to our city to verify?
I'm going to see if maybe Emily can join us. She may have a sense of that. I don't know it myself. And I don't know if Emily Hansen needs to be promoted. She's raising her hand.
Probably does deserve a raise and a promotion. Go ahead, Emily, if you had input at this time.
I definitely second your motion, Mr. Mayor.
Right.
So we just pulled the numbers, and I'm happy to answer any questions. I think it would probably be a little bit more appropriate when we get to item 11B. But to answer the question, we have just over 300 customers right now that are receiving the senior rate, which is approximately 50% of the 32-gallon rate. And then we have a handful, probably about 30 customers that are on the low income rate that are not seniors.
And is that CARE? Is that CARE?
Yeah, so what we do is when they provide their eligibility, it's through any of these third-party verifications, typically AT&T's Lifeline or the PG&E CARE program, and then we attach that documentation to their account.
Okay.
And Emily, just to confirm that the obvious, the 230 plus the 30, those are Marina numbers?
Yes.
Okay, and my next question, and the reason why I'm referring to this now, because it is in the ordinance, and this has really been kind of confusing because it is in the ordinance, and yet when we talk about rates, we're supposed to do it on the next topic. So I'm just going by what's in the ordinance. And the question then is, since you've mentioned now the AT&T Lifeline and the CARE, but we only mentioned CARE in the ordinance. I don't know whether we need to expand that. And I want to also ask, the city has Preston Park and Abrams, and we do income verification, and should we not be adding that in? So anyone reading this ordinance will see the various ways in which they can qualify for low income. And on the bins issue, where is that in the ordinance? It's not in this section, but where do they talk about that? The size of the bin for senior?
I don't believe that appears in the ordinance. I believe that appears in the franchise agreement.
Okay, so I will respectfully reserve that when we talk about this next one then. In the ordinance, when we, let's see, on the enforcement, we don't expect to have any greater issues with enforcement on this new ordinance than we have in our old outdated one. Is that a good assumption, or are we saying that we're now, because we've gotten so many more parameters to this ordinance, we're expecting a whole lot more enforcement needs?
Well, I would say this ordinance definitely increases our ability to perform enforcement. A lot of these provisions weren't included before. And so, yeah, it's going to give the city the ability to do the things it does to carry out the requirements of the state, and especially SB 1383.
Okay, so
Apologies. I think it's also important to understand that the state expects you to enforce. And while you have lots of enforcement discretion in your current code, and will for the next 2 years during this educational period, the state will be looking for reports from you on how many notices of violation have been issued, how many of those were escalated into fines, those sorts of things. So there will be an accountability process between the city and the state going forward that is likely to increase the amount of enforcement that goes on around this.
right, because it says the penalty shall be 100 per violation, then the second one is 200, and it goes up to 500. My question is, can we put in warnings rather than just say, if you have a violation, it's $100? Is there a system of warnings, maybe 2 warnings, and they're written, so it's not just a verbal thing, but we have some documentation? Because when you're talking about money and you just jump immediately to $100, $200, and $500, and some of these things here can be fairly minor.
Yeah, and the state is looking for you to do your inspection, issue a notice of violation in order to correct. And then if they fail to correct the violation, you go back 90 days later, you assess whether the violation's been corrected. And if they fail to correct the violation at that point, then they're expecting that you hit that first penalty amount.
Okay.
So there is, in the state process, there is built in that warning and correction period.
Our ordinance doesn't include the warnings though, does it? I didn't see that.
It does, under the process for enforcement, and that's 8.04.330D is the process. And then there's under D3, container address, each city shall issue a notice of violation requiring compliance within a maximum of 60 days of issuance of the notice.
Shall issue a notice of violation. Okay, so a notice of violation is a warning.
Yes.
So
notice to correct.
I see. Okay, and then you get one of those, and then it jumps after 60 days. It jumps to $100.
Yes, that's what's expected. It says the city may commence an action to impose penalties via an administrative citation and fine.
May. Well, that's difficult, isn't it? So you're giving a notice and you may or may not. I mean, it just seems like if you're going to do enforcement, it either should be yes after certain warning and it will happen, or it doesn't.
I think what we're going to see is the state requirements and the reporting and the oversight. It's definitely going to be moving into that shall category over time.
Okay. Okay. You might, if it's going to be that way, then you should be clear and say shall rather than may. Thank you.
Now, does the may give us some discretion, Brian?
Yes.
So we don't have to jump into fines as quickly if we have the may, but if we had the shall, we would be fining probably sooner than later.
And it affords you that 2-year implementation period that's education based before the state is going to start leaning in on you.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kathy. So I have a question. You mentioned that Seaside went through a similar process. They looked at helping low income and helping seniors get lower discounts, but that the impact that that would have on the other users was so much that the city council of Seaside decided not to make those changes. So my question is, would it help us, since we are a sister city with similar demographics, to review their documents before we reinvented the wheel, so that perhaps our city council could be provided appropriate documents to read through the Seaside process?
I would suggest that we do the analysis specific to Marina, but it's not a complex analysis to do. So if that's the will of the council, staff can go back and work with Green Waste over the next few months before the next rate period starts and bring back to you some options about what that would look like. In fact, I think Lane and I worked on this in January of 2015 before the franchise agreement went into effect for Marina as well, and did some analysis around it. And that's how we arrived, I think, at the rules that we have today, but we can certainly refresh the analysis and see where we are now. Your demographics have changed and your population, your customer population has changed.
Yeah, you remind me now that we did it, and because of the impacts, like in Seaside, to the non-low income and non-seniors, we decided not to go further than we did. But recalculating it, you're suggesting would be good, would be timely for this point.
Yeah, we could rerun the numbers and bring them to all of you, and you can decide what you'd like to do.
Okay, my last question is for Councilmember Burnett. We're going to be building a motion here pretty soon. Options for adjustment, doing what we just said, asking Rob and Lane to crunch some numbers is one thing we might ask them. And you mentioned something earlier that you hope that staff would do. Can you repeat that so we can include it perhaps in our motion?
So what I really want is clarification on, well, I guess I got a single issue, and that is that the discount applies to just one product, which is the smaller can. So if you are a qualifying senior, you will get the smaller can. And what I would like to see is, given the household size, there may be some other extenuating circumstances where a senior may be able to elect to get a larger container and still receive the discount.
So analysis of product options and discounts.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, may I have the floor?
Yes, go ahead, Kathy.
Clarification. I was going to suggest actually that same thing, but I was told that that is better on the franchise agreement rather than this motion to be on the ordinance.
Okay.
This is for staff to investigate. They're coming back with an analysis. This isn't part of the ordinance.
So I guess the question with staff, is it appropriate to include that in a motion on this matter, or save that for its inclusion on a motion perhaps in the next 11B item?
I would say under 11B. I mean, any changes you make tonight in the ordinance, those can be made, but then when it comes back to you for second reading, there can be no further changes other than just very, very minor clerical or typographical changes.
Okay, so I'll attempt to make a motion that we accept the introduction and the reading by title only and waive any further reading of this ordinance according to the staff recommendation, our staff report for chapter 8.04, recycling and solid waste disposal, and that we ask staff to consider options for adjustments in deference to low income and senior residents, ratepayers, I should say.
And if Mayor, if you could incorporate that one staff requested change to 8.4.040, changing the 32 gallons to 96 gallons.
Well, that's one way, that's one option to adjust. Well, I thought that question you just raised was what Bob told us was better attached to a motion on 11B.
No, that's my presentation. It pertained to the section on solid waste container specifications.
Okay.
It doesn't have to do with the senior rates. It's
Right.
just, it was limited to 32 gallons per the old ordinance, but a
Okay.
current practice is to go up to 96 gallon carts.
Okay, so let's try to get a second on my motion and then we'll amend it.
I give a
What-
second. I seconded your motion.
All right, so we
And-
have a motion and we're gonna probably modify it, but right now it's to accept the staff recommendation in the staff report. And then in addition, direction would be direct staff to look at options for adjustments in deference to low income and senior ratepayers. And now another potential friendly amendment, Brian, can you explain it to us all so we can understand it?
So one of the carryovers from the old ordinance language, there was a section on specifications on what solid waste containers had to be constructed to as far as material and size. It doesn't have to do with any of the service provisions in the ordinance itself. It just said, hey, you have to have a container of not less than 15 gallons or more than 32 gallons. Well, 32 gallons is outdated now. The services are being provided with containers up to 96 gallons. So
Okay,
it's
I
just
remember now
correcting-
that it was basically a typo that you presented to us in your presentation. So I'll ask for a second to this addition for that language to be changed to include 96 rather than 32, which was the old version. Does the second hold?
Yes.
Okay. So we have three pieces to this motion. Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Viola, do you have input at this time?
Yes, I just want some clarification. So when you said to research, I don't clarify what was the verbiage that you used to look at the low income and senior discounts? What was the exact terminology you were using?
Ask staff to look at options for
Look at
adjustments.
Adjustments, to look for options for adjustments. Does that also include what I was suggesting, that not just talk about care, but other the AT&T Lifeline, as well as any other income assessments that the city does for housing?
Okay, so right now it says such as, so we know that that's possible. But I guess specifically, we could direct staff to look at something or other. And you're suggesting that we specifically ask staff to look at how we verify income for Preston Park and Abrams low-income housing as potentially a way of doing the same for rate customers.
Yes, and the AT&T Lifeline. And as Council Member Medina Dirksen said, and say such as, but not limited to. And then you give those three sort of ones that we already know are viable ways to verify income in our city.
Okay, I'm fine with the such as, but not limited to, because I think it says the same thing, but if it's clearer, that's great. And then you're suggesting we actually mention three things. In addition to the care, we mentioned the Lifeline and we mentioned our Preston policy.
Yeah. Or you can say city-owned housing assessments or something like that.
Okay. All right, I'm fine with making those two adjustments. To add the not limited
That
to-
limits that category just to people who reside in city-owned housing, right?
No, because it just says that it's a process we can use on waste rates. So it's just said, look at care, look at Lifeline, and look at city income verification processes as potential means of doing this waste low income and senior rate.
Maybe affordable housing, maybe city-owned affordable housing, because that's the only reason we do, income assessments.
Okay, so it'd be such as.
That does put a considerable burden on staff.
Well, but you're gonna have to verify it. I mean, you're using some other mechanisms to verify. Otherwise, how can you say you're implementing an affordable?
In this case, the provision reads receive assistance under third-party utility discount programs. So what you're saying now is to delete the idea of using third parties to do the income verification and put
No.
at least
In addition to, not delete, in addition to.
in addition to.
Okay, so right now, the language says such as care, and we're morphing it into such as, but not limited to, care, lifeline,
AT&T Lifeline.
and cities' affordable housing process.
Yeah.
And Bob is telling us that that third one is not a third-party process. So we would need to change the third-party language to allow the city to be the one to do the verification. And Brian was telling us, or someone was telling us earlier, maybe Rob, that you really don't want to go there. You want to get the city out of this and use a third-party process.
Okay.
Rob, you had your finger up. Rob, do you want to provide input?
I want to advise the council that you should be careful not to legislate around your franchise agreement. If you change the law in a way that is in direct contravention to the franchise agreement, you will reopen the franchise agreement.
Okay.
So we should be careful. Having staff investigate these and bring them back to you, I think is great. I think changing the language from third party would be legislating around the contract.
Okay, so then I would like to suggest that we just add AT&T Lifeline because we're already doing that. I mean.
Okay. Okay, so it's such as, but not limited to PG&E Care and AT&T Lifeline. There's still just such as is. So there's just a couple of examples of ways we can go.
Right.
We'll ask staff when we say look into options for adjustments, some of those options would include Lifeline, AT&T.
Yes, because the public centered on care, because that's the way it says care, and that's not the only thing that they could be considering.
All right, does the second hold, Lisa?
Yes, I just would like some clarification from Rob Rathy about, is there anything that you think we are going overboard on, or we are stating unnecessarily? Or is there anything that's?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
You know, the word, adding the words, but not limited to such as, you know, it's really saying the same thing, but that's fine. It should be clear that we're not restricting it to PG&E's care program. And I think adding those words and adding the reference to AT&T Lifeline makes that clearer, makes it better, I'll say.
Terrific. Great. That's what I was assuming, but I was just watching your face and Lane's face and just watching everybody's faces to see that we're all on board here. So terrific. Thank you. So yes, the second holds.
That's harder to do in person because they'd be in a line. It'd be hard to see.
Right.
All right, Kathy, do you have input at this time?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay, so we have a motion and I don't see any more hands up for amending it further. So let me just restate to make it clear, because I know Anita has to process this, that the motion is that we go with the staff recommendation as listed under number 2 on our staff report, and that we further ask city staff to look into options for adjustments for low income and senior ratepayers, and that we add the language to the appropriate section, not limited to care and AT&T Life. Okay, let's now go to Councilmember Burnett.
I'll try this one more time. I just want to make sure that the range of products is available under these discounts. It doesn't sound like the language precluded that, but I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with this, that we're talking about seniors being able to have a discount, but not limited to a specific product.
So, Mayor and council members, the last sentence of that section says the amount of the discount along with the application requirements shall be documented and published by city and city authorized service providers through the franchise agreement or other written policy. So we can clarify that within the language here.
Thank you.
I think we're ready for a roll call vote.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, thank you. That motion passes 5-0. And we move on to a discussion about resuming some of our commissions. Who will be leading us issue for us?
Mayor, since the franchise agreement is really tied to the public hearing, do you want to just swap that and continue on this discussion?
Okay, so we're gonna, well, let's ask council, because we promised the public last time, when they were frustrated that we didn't get to the commission issue, that we would start out the action list tonight with that issue. If we switch it the way we're considering right now, we're kind of doing something different than we promised them, but with good reason. So what does council want to do?
I think it would be great to just finish it and at least we'll be done with it. I don't, based on the extensive conversation that's already been occurring, I don't know that it's gonna have, this is gonna take that much longer to continue. Is that?
Okay, well, you owe Mike a lunch or something like that. All right, so, yeah, let's go
Mike-
to.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Christina, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, if I spoke over you. Might we also build into this, it's 9:43, so that we go until, I don't know, 10:30 and revisit, since we're getting close to the witching hour?
All right, so let's have go ahead and make your motion, Christina. Go to 10:30 if that's your wish.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we continue our discussion until at least 10:30 PM tonight and regroup at that time and see if
Okay.
anything is needed to go longer.
I'll second that, and let's ask staff, do we need to let Aaron go tonight? You know, can we look ahead and see what we're gonna address tonight, what we're not, Lane?
Yes, we've actually, Erin is in Texas, and so we've already emailed her and let her go. And so we'll just shift that out. Oh, there she is.
Looks like she's enjoying Texas.
It's actually very nice. I've never been to San Antonio. I was actually going to tell you guys during the public comment that I'm at an American Defense Communities Conference, and I'm learning a lot about military installations and the surrounding communities and how to make happy military collaborative efforts. So it's been really interesting. I can't wait to download it all for you. But yes, it's 12 here, so I would love to go to bed.
Aaron, are there any people that are depressed about Texas team losing the World Series tonight?
You know, I hadn't heard any of that.
Okay.
I was not at the bars tonight.
All right. Thank you, Aaron, and we'll see you
All right,
next time.
take care. Next time.
Okay, so let's proceed with 11B, green waste recovery waste hauling issue.
Don't we have to vote on
On your motion?
Okay, let's have a roll call, please, on the motion to extend to 10:30.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Viola,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, that passes 5-0. So let's proceed. I guess, Brian, you're gonna lead us into 11B.
Okay, Mayor, members of council, let me try to get my slideshow started here.
Oh, gonna love that one.
Appreciate Shep's commentary.
It's fun when she doesn't mute herself.
Okay, Mayor, members of council, again, Brian McMinn, Public Works Director. This is the second piece of, implementing the changes required by SB 1383. We walked through the ordinance changes in the first reading here, and now we have to make changes to the franchise agreement to implement those changes that are required on the ground in the actual operations and outreach to the public. So Original agreement, actually signing date was October 13th, 2014. It gives Green Waste exclusive right to collect residential, multifamily, and commercial discarded materials within the city. And the term expires on July 31st, 2030. So amendments, again, to incorporate SB 1383 requirements involving service, reporting, and customer service. And as part of the amendment process, as we were going through this, one of the things that Green Waster brought forward, they had brought forward a request to entertain a extraordinary rate adjustment for costs incurred during COVID-19. And then when we went through the cost-based rate adjustment for rate period 5, I think it was like 2019, there were some, as Green Waste and HF&H went through on the analysis, they came across some areas that could really use some clarification. If there is another cost-based rate adjustment, so those clarifications have been incorporated into the language. And then there's also a franchise assignment consent component in this. Green Waste is entertaining some restructuring, and per the franchise agreement, there's some provisions in there that it has to come before City Council for a consent to that reorganization or restructuring. And so franchise assignment, let me go back here and I think kind of touch on one of these a little bit more. The COVID-19 rate adjustment, as HF&H looked into it and worked with Green Waste, yeah, there was a shortfall on the revenue during the COVID-19, but they also looked back for about 2 or 3 years prior and saw that there was, the revenues were slightly higher than projected. So as part of the amendment, and there's language in there, Green Waste has agreed to forego that cost-based rate adjustment. So the franchise assignment, as I said, section 12.6 of the agreement allows for the city to conduct a due diligence review at the cost of the service provider, Green Waste. And it comes to City Council for consent to change in that control. HF&H conducted the due diligence review and prepared a report. That was attachment 2 of exhibit 2 or attachment 2 of the staff report, which wasn't actually made available until this morning. So a lot of this kind of coming together here. But as part of that due diligence review, they reviewed performance under the current agreement, the performance of Green Waste. They looked at the financial and other terms between Green Waste and the assignee that's going to be stepping in as part of the organization. And then the determination of the fiscal health of Green Waste and the assignee, and the assignee's ability to perform and meet the requirements of the franchise agreement, because the rest of the franchise agreement stays in place as it was. HF&H findings in the report that was given out is they did not identify any issues during the performance of the review that creates new or unreasonable risks for the jurisdictions and their prospective constituents. Although they did recommend conditioning the approval of the assignment upon inclusion of recommendations in the report, which are included in the draft amendment for consideration. Some of those were included in the version that was included in the staff report, but I'm going to touch on a couple of areas that were added in the revised version that was made available this morning. One of those, they identified shortfalls in the education and outreach to attain diversion levels on the behalf of the franchisee. So section 4.7 of public education and outreach is added to the franchise amendment, and that's included in the version underlined with that content underlined. One change that we noticed as we were reviewing in the packet materials coming forward, brought to my attention by Green Waste and HF&H, there was a requirement in this language that went into the packet that said, in addition, contractors shall spend no less than $75,000 on material development. They call it collateral development and distribution. That was actually the amount for all of the agencies in that make up the jurisdictions that are in the franchise agreements with them. But actually, staff is recommending a change, reducing that $75,000 down to $15,345, and that would be City of Marina's share of that outreach effort. There was also identified in the HF&H's review, they identified that the insurance and performance bonds were not up to the levels required by the franchise agreement. And so Green Waste has updated those, but there's a reporting requirement that is in the franchise amendment in the underlined version that came out later that requires reporting on a quarterly basis whenever there is ever a change in the bonds or insurance, so that the cities are put on notice. And this one was one of my bloopers. I picked up the contact information from the franchise agreement, but there have been some changes at Green Waste for notification of anything that comes up during the performance of the contract. The city would not be sending things to Frank Wagle, but we would be sending it to Tracy Adams, who is the Chief Executive Officer. So just a clarification on notifications there. I'm going to get into we mentioned the cost increases that were going to be incurred as a result of the change of operations to comply with SB 1383. And the analysis of those costs for the first 6 months of 2022, which is actually the last half of rate period 7 that we're currently in. That identified a 2.88% increase in costs for City of Marina, or a dollar value of $222,417. If you look at rate period 7, down below that box there, this $175,891 is the amount of surplus rate that would have been that would be collected in this rate period 7. So this is the reason staff is not recommending a rate adjustment at this time, because the difference between what is collected in surplus and what the additional cost is a difference of a little over $46,000. So there's currently a total surplus between all 3 rate periods since the cost-based rate adjustment was performed of $974,000 plus dollars that need to be drawn down. So staff is recommending that the rates be held flat for now, and that surplus can be used to cover the additional costs associated with that first 6 months of service. And then when it comes time for setting rates for rate period 8 earlier next year, we can look at, as council had directed, options for drawing down the surplus that's been generated since the cost-based rate adjustment, and incorporating other changes that council has directed regarding qualifying rates from the previous item tonight. So I know there may still be some questions there, but we're basically, there's 3 rate periods here where we haven't increased rates. So basically the last time that the City of Marina adjusted rates was that would have started July 1st of 2018. So the rates have been flat. We knew that increases in costs were coming in relation to these new organics requirements. The city's in a good position right now as far as smoothing this out for the first 6 months, and staff can come back with some more solid recommendations as we work through the costs for the next rate period. I think what I'll do is, we do have representatives from HF&H here, as well as representatives from Green Waste. And I think maybe initially Emily Hansen may want to make a presentation or speak to kind of what's going to be, what's in brewing with the changes in their organization over there through the assignment.
Okay, Brian, do we want to introduce Dave Hilton along with Emily Hansen?
Yeah, sure. Dave Hilton is turned on his camera there, so he's joining us there along with Rob Hilton. They're both with HF&H, and Emily is found a sunset somewhere. It's not here though, but you're muted right now, Emily. But if you wanted to kind of speak to the assignment.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Thanks for the opportunity. So Brian did a good job of covering the process that is leading up to a piece of the amendment today. And that is that Green Waste Recovery and our sister company, Zinca Road Resource Management, and two of our affiliate companies, which are all privately owned and operated and based out of the San Jose area. Our shareholders were let's say, growing older, and we're looking for opportunities to be able to seek out outside investment and allow the company to grow and really do what we've specialized in doing out of our San Jose operations base. Things are a little bit different here on the Peninsula Cities because all of the material goes to the Monterey Regional Waste Management District. But for the services that Green Waste Recovery provides in Santa Clara, San Mateo, the Sacramento area, the services that we provide there are both collection and processing. So we own and operate Z-Best composting facility. That's the second largest composting facility in Northern California. And we're in the process of expanding that. We also own and operate the Zero Waste Energy Development Company anaerobics digestion facility. So you guys had a smaller one there out at the district. And we had the mega version, which remains the largest facility of its kind in the world. What our owners were doing was they wanted to be able to see their legacy carried forward, and they didn't have the next line in their families to be able to take over the business or the capital necessarily to be able to infuse into our companies to position us for growth. So we went outside and looked for opportunities to partner and recapitalize and consolidate the companies, and went through a very extensive vetting process and ultimately entered into an agreement with a financial institution. I call them M3 because the parent is an investment bank named Macquarie, and they are based out of Sydney, Australia. But underneath the header of Macquarie is Macquarie Infrastructure and Real Estate Assets Investment Fund. And they're the largest private investor in public utilities and infrastructure in the world. And they have a commitment to sustainability. They have a commitment to safety. They have a commitment to essentially allowing our family of companies to do exactly what we've been doing and have been doing so well, and really get out of our way. So things like the senior discount program, where we, as Brian said, sent some letters out to people that shouldn't have received letters because they were grandfathered. I'm very optimistic and excited that under our new partnership with MIP5, MIP, Macquarie Investment Partners, and it's their fifth vintage of fund, that MIP5 is really going to put the support into our back-end processes, our business processes, things that haven't necessarily been the tip top of our strength, as is demonstrated by the fact that we inadvertently sent some letters out to customers under the senior discount program that were grandfathered in and shouldn't have received those letters. So we're excited to bring in a new partnership. It is not actually an assignment, a legal assignment per the legal definition. What it is it's a change in control. So Green Waste Recovery as the entity that we exist today will remain, and it's really the shareholder group that's getting swapped out. So the changes that you guys won't see is that we just have a new board of directors, but I'm staying with the company, Tracy's staying with the company, Jim Moresco's staying with the company, Sarah's staying with the company, and it is MIP5 and Macquarie's commitment to us to retain all the folks that have made us successful. And then as part of the franchise agreement, there was also a process for HF&H consultants to absolutely vet the terms of the transaction, so that they could provide you guys with a third-party assurance on whether or not the outcome of the transaction would pose any unnecessary risk to the city or to the ratepayers. And so with that, I think it might be appropriate to hand off to HF&H to give them an opportunity to give a high-level summary of the evaluation report that was posted today that supplements the packet that is the outcome of that extensive due diligence.
Thank you, Emily. I'm expecting an email from Daisy. Is she still with your company?
She may be.
Okay, we'll find out.
So I know she went out on maternity leave, but I'll have to ask Jim. In fact, I'm going to text him while we're on the phone. He's hunting in Nevada. He was texting back and forth. I'll ask him if she's still there. I'm based out of San Jose, so I don't get to see all the friendly faces in Jim's operation as much, especially under COVID. So.
Okay, and the handoff is to Dave at this time?
I'll jump in first, and Dave's going to cover me if I miss any details or numbers. So the executive summary is we did the review that Brian described. In the report, you'll see there are a number of minor compliance items that we identified, things that had not been done consistent perfectly with the agreement. None of them were major issues, but consistent with Emily's representation. As we looked into the Macquarie group of companies and how they work with their waste companies after they acquire them, I think Emily's representation is accurate, that a lot of these back-end systems and administrative processes and things are things that they will strengthen and make more routine and more consistent, and that they do resource those things. Macquarie's approach to this is that they want to buy these assets, hold them for a period of time, might be 5 years, might be 10 years, might be longer, grow the value of them, and then, as investment banks do, sell them. And so there's no concern from our part that the acquisition price would cause any undue burden on the business or on the ratepayers. This isn't a Gordon Gekko situation where they're going to come in and part it out and sell it off and strip it down. Their history with waste firms is to build the infrastructure and to grow them and make them more valuable for when they turn around and sell them again. So I think, really the greatest risk that the agencies face through this is you may see another assignment request 5 or 7 or 10 years from now to transition this into another change in control. And you'll have the discretion at that time to review that assignment and consent to it or not based on the facts at that time. So in terms of financials, Macquarie is very strong. Green Waste is very strong. There's no concerns there. All of the financial ratios that we ran on all of their companies show us that this is a healthy operation and not something that you need to be too worried about. And so again, really the only things that we found during the review that were of substance were minor contract performance issues that we think will have been mitigated through the franchise agreement language that's been proposed to you, and B, should be further mitigated by the processes and systems that'll be installed. So we we don't think there's any great cause for concern here. We think this is relatively routine, and as Emily represented, we've been able to verify that the key people that your staff and your customers are dealing with day in and day out aren't going to change. The key decision makers at the company really aren't going to change. The CEO, CFO, Emily, Jim, Sarah are all going to be there and make sure that that continuity is in place, and they've arranged agreements and incentive programs to make sure that that happens. So we feel fairly confident that this will not create an undue risk or burden to the city or ratepayers.
Rob, will the name change from Green Waste Recovery to something else?
Nope. There may be name changes 2 or 3 levels up that nobody in the community would see, legal name changes and things like that as they consolidate the companies. But what you see on the side of the truck and on the driver's shirts isn't going to be any different.
Okay. Let's go to Councilmember David Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try and keep this brief. Relatively common. Okay, it's an interesting way of phrasing that. Let me understand a little bit of your business. So Green Waste ran the trucks, hired the drivers, furnished the containers, and paid the fees necessary at the regional waste. Is there any other large component of your operation that I'm skipping over?
So for the Peninsula City operations, there's all of the administrative support as well. So we have our front-facing drivers, container delivery folks, bulky item pickup folks that you see, driving our vehicles around. We have our outreach team. We have our customer service team. We have all of our mechanics and folks that are at the shop that are located there at the off of Charlie Benson, so co-located at the Monterey Regional Waste Management District. And then all of our supervisors, our GM, et cetera. And then the corporate functions happen over in San Jose.
Okay, so there is no component, large storage facilities, warehouses, treatment facilities, any of that stuff, right?
Not as it pertains to your operation.
Okay.
So we really perform the collection function, and then all of the processing and disposal goes to the Monterey Regional Waste Management District.
So our drivers that we've become familiar with, they will keep their positions. There's been no turnover.
We can't shackle them to the trucks.
Oh, yes.
But we they've been with us for a long time, and we expect that they will continue to work for us.
I was surprised that one of the drivers said, "Hello, Mr. Burnett," and I was, wow, okay. Those are my questions for right now. I'll probably have more later.
Great.
You're muted.
Anyone
Bruce.
else with questions before we proceed? Kathy, Mayor Pro Tem Biala?
I don't really have questions directed to the presenters, but I wanted to make some clarifications about the staff report, the fiscal impact, and I guess the HF&H evaluated this. Is this appropriate time for me to speak to this? Okay, so I just have to understand when the first paragraph says that they found no fiscal impact, with the exception of some minor increases in fees. When we say this minor increases in fees, is this the $974,392 that was referred to in the slide presented by Brian? Is that considered the minor increases?
No, there's in the rate calculations. There's certain fees in there that are percentage.
The 2.88. Okay, got it. Okay, so that was what that was referring to. Okay.
Kathy, the 900 was a surplus that we sort of have in hand that we could draw down. and stuff.
Right. And the reference was that all of these changes in SB, what's the number of the
1383.
1383 will only cost 222,000 approximately
For the first 6 months of 2022.
for the first 6 months. And what kind of expectations for the future beyond that 6 months of directly related to the SB 1383?
Can take that. That number would be doubled to get to the annualized amount. So we would incorporate that times two. We would add that again in your next rate setting period, and that would get you the annualized amount. There would be no further increases other than the stipulated index-based adjustments, cost of living adjustment type adjustments that happen annually, but there would be no incremental costs that would be new again.
Okay, so essentially then we have 974,000 in excess that was collected from ratepayers, and then we're going to use the 222,000 approximately in the first 6 months, and then another. So we still have, maybe 500,000 left, and that's what we were feeling like we're going to decide to hold the rate flat because we can tap into this excess. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's the recommendation for the first 6 months.
Okay, now, so would that wouldn't spin that down in 6 months though, or would it?
No, that would only bring it down by a little over 46,000 because there was still a surplus in this current rate period 7. So the difference is about 46,000. That's all it's going to draw that 950 or whatever it is.
We've got a lot of surplus, and that's a lot of years then to even get to that place. And that means that we would hold the rate increases. We wouldn't be doing increases because we're trying to spin down the surplus.
That is an option. And that's one thing that we would look at in kind of a suite of it. Previously, when we brought this to City Council had directed staff to come back with options for drawing it down a little bit sooner. Whether that be some sort of on-bill credit or something like that. But that's some analysis that we just haven't had time to do with all the changes coming through this year. But it's, we can look at kind of a suite of options to present to council at the next rate period 8 setting, which would set the rates for July 1st, 2022.
Right, because that's 10 years. At that rate, it's going to be 10 years before we spin that down.
It'll come down sooner than that because we're only talking about the difference this year in increase. So if we're looking at over a 5 to 6% increase next year, just due to SB 1383 costs, it'll come down sooner than that.
Yeah, you have about 2 to 3 years of reserves based on what's known now. And as Dave said, there are inflationary factors that will erode that a little bit further. As Brian said, we intended to look at this issue in terms of a potential bill credit or refund. It may be given the direction from council that we've received already tonight to look at the senior and low income discount programs. This surplus may play into some of that discussion too. So it sounds like we have some scenario analysis to do and to bring back to you.
Okay, great. So it's only 2 to 3 years that you're looking at. Okay, yes. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thanks, Kathy. Let's go to Councilmember Christina Medina Dirksen.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation and the information. I have 2 questions. One has to do with an ask for an increase relating to COVID-19. So what happened in the trend in the waste industry? People were home? Did they have less consumption? What happened? I would think there'd be more people are home, so they're creating more trash, but I don't know. It's not my industry. Can you speak to that, please?
There were a number of factors at play, and the specific claim that Green Waste presented us with was that particularly their commercial revenues declined dramatically as the businesses went into shelter-in-place mode. Many businesses failed. They stopped their trash service, and they stopped paying for their trash service when they stopped the subscriptions. And so, and this was a trend that we saw nationally. It was particularly acute in the Bay Area, but it was a national trend where you saw commercial revenues decrease, residential trash generation went up because we all were working from home, cleaning out our garages and our backyards and things. So we generated more trash, but we weren't paying higher bills, and we certainly weren't paying higher bills to the magnitude that businesses pay to backfill that. So green waste did, in fact, sustain some revenue decreases that were pretty significant for a period of time there. But as Brian indicated, that was a reduction during that time period. But in preceding years, they had surpluses that well exceeded what their shortfall was during COVID. And so through the negotiations process, and in part because of green waste urgency to bring this forward to council and get it approved before the end of the year, they agreed that if we got this resolved before the end of the year, they would drop their claims related to the COVID revenue reduction. In addition to the revenue reduction, there were cost increases. Every business that was continuing to operate and employ people had to protect those people, right? And you had additional staff that you had to bring on to backfill folks that were sick, and had family members that were sick and needed to be taken care of. And so, in addition to the revenue losses that they presented as a claim, they also sustained some cost increases during that time period. They did not present those as an extraordinary claim, and again have agreed that they would withdraw their COVID claim in exchange for getting these things all approved before the end of the year.
Okay, because that sounds quite interesting. We're asked to reduce, and once we reduce, then there's a ding for that.
It's like water rates.
Exactly that, and maybe they need to have mandated ordinances for service, like we just discussed. My next question has to do with, are you a union shop by any chance?
They are represented by stationary engineers, I believe.
And has the new
Operating engineers.
Operating engineers, sorry.
and the announcement of the merger seems to be rather recent. Is that correct? It's not complete. Is that right?
You're muted, Emily.
You're muted, Emily.
Some people would probably appreciate that. So we entered into the agreement in late August. We brought the request forward to all our municipalities in early September, and the transaction, most of our municipal contracts require that we come before you for consent to consummate the transaction. And so we expect that it's going to close hopefully in very early in December is
And
the
you will,
tentative timeline.
did terms mean, maybe this is overreaching, but did terms include maintaining a union shop?
We don't have the option of maintaining or not maintaining, so the employees choose to be represented.
Yeah, it's governed by the National Labor Relations Act. They don't have a choice once the employees choose to be a bargaining unit, as long as the company still employs them and is still operating, they're bound by those terms.
And the next question is, because you are a utility, do you need regulatory permissions or anything? Or is it just seen as a business acquiring another business?
We did have to go through some regulatory process, but it has we've gotten clearance through that. So there were some just kind of standard, well, if we had been purchased by another waste company, like a Waste Management, then there can be some antitrust issues that arise. But because Mira, the company that is purchasing the shares for Green Waste, doesn't have any assets in this area, even though they do invest in this sector, we are their only investment in California. And so we cleared that process. But part of our timeline was wanting to make sure that we got through that process before we came to you all.
Got it. Okay, that's good background to know. And that's Is this the time when we ask Mayor Bruce about the concerns about hours for pickup and those kind of things? Elizabeth Fisher, we have a resident who wrote us about and spoke about some concerns about times, pickup as early as 6 a.m. The sounds, the noise a little too early. Can we revisit that?
I think the best thing to do in that case is to identify who the specific customer is and where they are on the route. Jim, the general manager for this, has worked with a number of the agencies over the last 6 years to respond to specific complaints about early hours and things like that by resequencing the route and visiting commercial areas first and sort of delaying things. So if we know where the concerned customer is, we can do a little bit more digging into, is this a driver that's hitting the route too early and the driver just needs to start at the appropriate time? Is this a route sequencing issue? And so if we know who it is, we can target the resolution.
Unless we do something blanketed, like residential areas are not frequented until after a particular time.
That would be a change in your franchise agreement and could be particularly expensive because it would cause them to have to reroute their entire collection operation in Marina and may require additional vehicles and drivers. If you shorten their day, they have to bring on more people to get it done in a shorter period of time, essentially.
Okay, so what you're saying is it could be done, I don't want to say unofficially, but more on a case-by-case basis, or give you regions, like for example, my district by district. I mean, I guess if you visited the commercials before residential, I guess we can deal with this in a different manner. Is that what we're getting at?
That's the recommendation.
Yeah, and I'm happy to just cover it very briefly, which is the franchise agreement has provisions for where we can collect, what time we may begin collection for commercial, what time we may begin collection for residential, and then there's also a proximity. So if a commercial customer is within a certain proximity to a residence, then we have additional parameters on not being able to collect. So we would have to treat a commercial customer that is close to a residence as if it were a residential customer. So as Rob was saying, we're always, we need to avoid schools during times that kids are getting dropped off, picked up, after school sports. So there are a lot of safety concerns as well. So when we're putting together our routing, it's not just as easy as, not picking up one segment of a street during a certain time. But feel free to contact me, and Brian has my information, and I can look at what essentially dig into who that person is, what route they're on, make sure first that we're falling within the performance metrics of the franchise agreement, and then see if there's a simple solution to be able to address it.
Okay. We're going to go to public comment in a moment. So I'd like to make a motion that can be changed later, but just to move this ahead, that we adopt the resolution before us approving an amendment to our franchise agreement with Green Waste Recovery, and that we direct staff to do an analysis of product options for discount rate customers. Can we get a second? And then we can build that motion a little bigger.
I second.
Okay, Kathy, do you have any other input at this time on the motion?
I think Brian outlined maybe 3 or 4 additional conditions to this resolution, did you not? So we need to incorporate that. I can't remember them, so you'll have to fill them in for us, Brian.
So, if you want to get specifics to it, let me. We're adding a section 4.7 regarding public education and outreach, as underlined in the revised amendment, with the exception that there was an amount no less than 75,000 that's changed to 15,345. Section of Exhibit D, reporting requirements, quarterly report content 8, updated insurance and performance bond language has been provided to the franchise amendment as presented. And then there was a change under Article 12, other agreements of the parties. Just the person to address it to at Green Waste is Tracy Adams, the Chief Executive Officer. And those were the specific changes.
Okay, so I'll modify the motion to add those changes to section 4.7 regarding public outreach. The figure of a lesser figure of $15,345. The Exhibit D changes as outlined by staff, and the Article 12 change as outlined by staff.
Second still holds.
All right, Kathy, you have more input this time? Let's go to Councilmember Lisa Berkeley.
Yes, I'd like to interject in this conversation a motion to extend to the completion of this item.
Okay, is there a second for that motion? A motion by second by David Burnett. My discussion is I think that we need a motion to approve the pump track and maybe the Imgen Park widening, just because those were taken off the consent. I don't think means we should wait longer to get those going. So Lisa, what do you think about go ahead, Brian.
Well, you know, I understand that there are questions from the public. I'll just say that, you know, those aren't, it's time sensitive. Those could come back on November 16th.
The 16th meeting is even more crowded than this meeting. I would suggest we get to those if we could.
Lisa, would you like to amend your motion?
Sure. I will amend my motion to include the completion of those, although I see Councilmember Medina Dirksen has her hand raised. So go ahead.
Is there a second? Oh, yeah, okay, so did I make the motion? No.
I made the motion.
And who seconded it?
You did. No, David did.
David, does your second hold?
So we're not, we're extending until the end of 2 items, plus this item we're considering now.
Yes.
We expect to be quick.
Would the maker of the motion change it to no later than 11?
So Brian or Lane, do you think we're going to go, that will cover it? Or why don't we say 11:15, 11:30?
We can try 11 and we can reevaluate.
Okay, let's go till 11 and then reevaluate.
Let's go to Christina Medina Dirksen.
Lane was going to say something or Brian was going to say something. Go ahead.
David, does your second hold with 11 being the target?
Since I suggested it, yeah, I guess I have to live with it.
Lane, did you have input, or Brian at this time before we go to Christina?
Christina's probably going to raise this just on the item of the commissions. Do we want to get to that tonight? Or
it's a 45-minute item.
If it's that long, then I think we need to push it to another meeting.
We kind of passed on that when we went to the garbage. Okay, Christina Medina Dirksen.
He said what I wanted to say. We really need to get to the commissions because we're tying the hands of people we've appointed to weigh in on important decisions.
Want to make a substitute motion, Christina?
I'll motion that we continue this matter till, actually, I will support Mr. Burnett's, the motion on the floor with the caveat that we come back at the end with the option to extend.
That's built in. We always have that option before 11. Brian, did you have input at this time? Okay, we have a roll call vote, please, Anita, to go to 11.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Biala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, that passes 5-0. So let's continue. I forgot where we were exactly. Oh yeah, we have a motion on the floor. Does anyone want to build onto that before we go to the public? David Burnett, Councilmember Burnett.
I don't know if it's necessary to place this into a motion. I'm feeling a little uncomfortable about the I think we're characterizing it as a change in position, change in, what are we calling it here? Change in control.
Changing control.
Change in control. And the entity that is now assuming control, they have experience in waste control, waste. I wasn't sure. Emily, you went through a pretty good background on them, but I didn't hear. It sounded like these were bankers and fund people, and they weren't necessarily knowledgeable about this particular industry.
Yeah, it's a great question. And so Paul Mitchner is the executive director of the MIRA fund. That's the Macquarie Infrastructure and Real Estate Asset Fund. He just got inducted into the Hall of Fame for the waste industry. He's been working in the field for almost 30 years in private industry, and then brought that to MIRA to be able to grow companies like ours. So great question.
Concisely, I guess my concern is that if the city has concerns or there's some performance issues, we are still interfacing with you. We're not, changing control. They control the assets, the funds as they go through the company. But any disputes or concerns, we would still be dealing with you, right?
Exact same group. Yep.
Okay. Those are my questions.
Thank you, David. All right, let's go to the public. Paula Pillow.
Yes, quickly, I heard Rob Hilton make the comment that it was perhaps part of the use of the surplus funds could be to help fund the proposal for lower income. And I just want to caution you to not go awry with Proposition 218, because those funds were still raised from other ratepayers. I think that could be problematic. We have a similar issue at Marina Coast Water District when they implemented a surcharge to the people of the lowest income, and they're now scrambling to try to find money without using other ratepayer money. So they're looking to other investments. So maybe one thing that could be explored is how those surplus funds, if they could be invested in some other fund to produce income on its own. But I think you're going to go afoul of 218 if you try to use some of those surplus funds that were raised from ratepayers to fund, a low income rate structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Let's go to Mike Owen.
Yeah, I may be mistaken, but I had always thought that when there was the motion to extend, that the chair goes out to the public for comment before voting on it, because I did have comments, but maybe I was mistaken. That's it.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, the public is required or to be able to be allowed to speak to items that are on the agenda. And an extension is not an agenda item. And besides which, going to the public might put us beyond the time we're supposed to adjourn, so it gets us into a pickle. Okay, let's go to Alan Ryder.
Yeah, I had just wondered if any of you, Mayor Delgado, or the city council have seen the letter that was sent out by Green Waste.
Let's take that. Well, Alan, do you have
I
more
just
info?
wondered if any of you people on the council or you, Mayor Delgado, have read or seen the letter that was sent out by Green Waste, which is the application and recertification for the senior discount. That has all the oldies but goodies up in an uproar.
Right. We'll answer that question, Alan, as soon as the public comment's over. Did you have other input at this time?
Well, for Dave, I just wanted to mention that in this letter, it states you must subscribe to a 32-gallon trash cart to qualify. So that is stipulated in there. as well as all the things about care programs, lifeline programs, or other, and such and such. But, Emily Hansen alluded to this letter erroneously being sent out to those of us that were grandfathered in. And I just wanted, so we could tell other people that are upset about this, if they are grandfathered in, should they just call in to customer service or return this application, or what would be the proper way to handle that?
All right. Anything more, Alan? You still have 2.5 minutes.
No, that was about it, except to compliment Emily Hansen on her Marina customer service department that I've dealt with several times, and they are wonderful. I'm an old school customer service person, and she's got a wonderful department working down here. That's it for me.
Okay. Thank you, Alan. We'll answer those questions in just a few minutes.
Yep.
All right. Let's go to Elizabeth. Hello, Elizabeth Fisher.
Okay, good evening again, Lisbeth Visser. I used the time between agenda item 9A and now to look up some waste collection times in other cities. Many cities have the same 6 a.m. start time for waste collection, like San Jose, Pacific Grove, Sand City, Delray Oaks, and Seaside. It can even be worse. In Santa Cruz and Santa Cruz County, it's 5 a.m. But Green Waste seems to have no trouble handling a start time of 7 a.m. Would you like to guess where? Yes, in Carmel and Pebble Beach. And if you happen to live in Los Altos Hills, they won't wake you up until 8 a.m. at the earliest. So why wouldn't they be able to do this in Marina? I just heard it might be a money issue. That's something else to find out, whether they pay more in the other cities. But as was pointed out earlier tonight, it doesn't take long to drive from anywhere in our city to the dump. Please negotiate a better deal for Marina's residents. If the start time can't be changed now, when will the next opportunity be? 15 years from now? By that time, I may be composted. And a few other remarks. It seems that the city will be in violation of the state law that requires weekly removal, no less often than once every 7 days, when garbage collection is being shifted one day during the holidays. Mayor Delgado remarked that Marina residents don't need to drive far to drop off batteries at the dump. It's even better. We can place them in a bag on top of the waste bin, and Green Waste picks them up. That's a great service for anyone living close or far from the waste management facility. And my final remark, if you don't succeed in negotiating a later start time than 6 a.m., can a different start location be chosen instead of the dunes? And I'm glad that was addressed a little bit earlier. The dunes is densely populated for American standards, and the trucks need to back up, turn around, back in at dead-end alleyways to reach the garbage cans of the 4 homes on the other side of the alleyway. And then it gets repeated by the recycling truck. Even I now and then wake up by the beeping sounds. And this can happen earlier than 6 a.m., sometimes even at 5:30 a.m. And by the way, I am not so much speaking for myself. I usually turn around and fall back asleep, but for many residents who complained on next door, often with small children that wake up as well. So thank you for considering trying to get a better deal for your residents who already endure so many negative consequences of living close to the waste management facility. Shoot for the 8 a.m. Los Altos Hills time, and you might land at the Carmel and Pebble Beach 7 a.m. time. Thank you so very much for all you're doing.
Thank you, Elizabeth. All right, let's go to Brian McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. A couple questions, and I want to start out by saying I've also really been impressed by Green Waste Service since they started in the city. I personally received some really great service, and I think there was kind of this idea when they started, right, that we were supporting this smaller-ish local company, if you will. And so to learn tonight that the company's essentially being sold to Zanker, which, as a staff report mentions, was sued over some worker abuses, which they deny. But that they're also kind of being funded by this multi-billion-dollar asset management company. I think it just raises some concerns for me, but I'm really also hoping that it presents some great opportunities as well for the city and for green waste. So specifically with the extra capital, I'm hoping that, you know, innovative mechanisms such as smart trucks can be ramped up. As you know, Mr. Mayor, is our representative on the regional landfill board. Many of our neighboring jurisdictions are already using these smart trucks. And so the 4 questions I have are kind of what's the status on smart trucks from a green waste perspective and from the city's perspective? Is there any plan to require them in the franchise agreement? And maybe if Green Waste is able to say has MIP or any of the sister agencies found that smart trucks actually kind of provide a cost savings to the contractor themselves. Second question, kind of related, just about electric trucks. Is there any plan to bring electric trucks into Marina? Third, I'm curious, is the city considered a business customer, and kind of how does that work? I know the mayor and others have organized a tremendous amount of city cleanups through the years that I've participated in quite a few of. And I know that disposing of the waste that's collected is always kind of a challenge, making sure that we get the right haulers, whether it's public works or whatever. And so I'm wondering, as part of the franchise agreement, either now or in the future, is it possible to negotiate kind of some waste pickup services that benefit all residents as a whole, kind of through these cleanup efforts? And then the last question I have is just through this franchise agreement tonight that you're looking at, is anything changing regarding the way the contractor Green Waste handles kind of the annual coupons for bulky waste and yard waste, et cetera? So those are my 4 questions. I appreciate your time, and I support the franchise agreement.
Thank you, Brian. Anyone else with questions, comments at this time? Denise Turley? Go ahead, Denise.
I just have a couple of things. I was interested in them saying that.
Excuse me, Denise. We can't understand you. It sounds like you're underwater.
Oh,
that sounded better.
Is that any better?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, elementary school, going down Crescent the other day, garbage truck was there while children were there at in near the and kept the children away from the truck. Kind of surprised me. Own personal experience with the small can. When the lifter thing picked it up, it shook so hard, it dropped our can inside the truck. We came home, thought our can was stolen, called, got a replacement can. Our can we had cleaned and we'd kept in excellent condition. We got a replacement can of average condition. Complaints from neighbors about when and the neighbor actually witnessed the lifting thing, taking the truck, breaking a wheel or breaking a part off, part of the lid, part of the side off the can, and then it's set back down and the driver heads on. So anyway, my big concern is that for those of us who have really tried to keep their cans clean and nice, to get our can damaged by the equipment, that's just something y'all should know about, that your equipment is actually damaging cans. And other than that, the only other comment that I have is we originally qualified for the senior program because my husband was getting SSI at the time. And so SSI was considered a senior program, and that's how we got mashed over to the senior. So there was a separate low income and a separate senior. And then when Green Waste took it over, they said, no, we're not going to do this. We're going to do this. This is what we want to do. So there was a change in what was being done between Waste Management and Green Waste. And at that, I'm giving you back time. Bye.
Thanks, Denise. Anyone else with comments at this time? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And Emily, you're probably the best person, you know, what to do about the elementary school conflict that was observed, the small can damage being replaced by a dirtier can. Those kinds of specific complaints, do you just suggest that Denise call those in as soon as possible when she sees those mistakes?
Yeah, absolutely. And Sarah Treat, our customer service manager, is really the best point of contact for those. I did take down Denise's name. One of the challenges with the grandfathering of the senior program is that it was, we needed to have them show us their waste management bill that they had already had eligibility. So what I want to do with Denise, if they were eligible under waste management and she was a customer back when we took over service in 2000, then she should be on that grandfathered list. So one of the things that I want to make sure that you all hear, we again did recognize that of all of our senior discount rate codes, we had not differentiated between the grandfathered and the income eligible seniors. And we have since gone through, so after that letter was sent out, all 300 of those customer accounts have been manually gone through. If they have the income eligibility, they stay on the rate code that is not grandfathered. And if they don't, which we've already identified a batch of customers, they're getting a new rate code that gives them the same rate. So the dollar amount remains the same. But then when we send out a letter to reestablish eligibility, the folks that were grandfathered in will never receive those letters again. So I will follow up with Denise's name, and I jotted down a few other names from tonight's call, and we'll look those folks up in the customer database, and then we can reach out to them independently.
Thank you. Lane or Brian, or Bob Rathie, do you see any problem, any conflict with Proposition 218 if we were to use the 900,000+ surplus on discount programs or other things?
The city has historically taken the position that because this is a private franchisee providing the service, billing for the service, and that the city is simply regulating maximum rates, that the requirements related to Prop 218 for property related or government charges don't apply to this particular circumstance. And that is the case for many jurisdictions throughout the state who have private service providers and who aren't in the middle of the process. And so historically, you have not gone through the Prop 218 process because it hasn't applied to you. That was looked at when the franchise was established back in 2015. And we could certainly look at it again and see if anything's changed to indicate that that's a different situation, but there are particular rules for government charges and property related charges, and this isn't either of those.
Emily, you mentioned what you did already for those grandfathered in ratepayers that got a letter erroneously. So are there any other next steps that Alan should be able to tell his friends, or has everybody now been contacted?
My hope is that by the end of the week, our customer service team will already have proactively reached out to all the folks that were grandfathered that should not have received a letter.
Okay, so next step is wait to see if you're contacted, and if you're not within 7 to 10 days, call up Green Waste and make sure you retain your rates.
Yep.
Alan asked if we had read the letters. I had not read the letter. Any other council members wish to weigh in on whether they have read the letter or not?
I would like to see a copy of it. No, I haven't read it, but I would like to see a copy of it.
Yep, and we'll get you all a copy. I'll get a copy to Brian and also to HF&H so that they can see a copy of it as well. It's a standard template letter, so definitely if you had any concerns with it, we would want to know that. So we'll get that circulated.
All right, and Elizabeth mentioned, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That would be sent to all of us as well, because I haven't.
Yeah, I'll forward it on to all city council once it comes in.
Terrific. Thank you.
Okay. Lisbeth listed some affluent communities and asked, what would it take? Can someone weigh in that probably just takes money, right? To
It's
get
a
those?
lot of money. Carmel, Pebble Beach, Los Altos Hills have extremely high rates when you run the rate comparisons for the entire, Bay Area plus Central Coast region. They are among the highest, and Carmel is certainly the highest among the peninsula cities. So I would caution that, as I described earlier, if you want to do it in a shorter period of time, you need to throw more resources at it in a concentrated fashion. Those communities have chosen to pay significantly higher rates in order to accomplish that. So again, it's something that could be looked at, and we could present you with the cost, but it will not be cheap.
Yeah, I think that a cost estimate, if it's not too much trouble, but it might be a lot of trouble, just to let folks know, how much their rates might need to go up at 7:30, 8 o'clock. That might help.
The city of Carmel, when we performed a cost-based rate adjustment and reviewed the expenses related to picking collection up earlier, it was north of 20%, almost 30% as a result of, in part, that change in time. And so that would, just as a sample, what you may be looking at if that was the request.
Okay. Now, let's say we wanted to change the time. Lisbeth asks, when can the start time change be implemented? Like every year, or when?
You have, through section 3.5 of your franchise agreement, the ability to direct changes in scope. And so you can direct a change in scope that triggers the contractor to provide you with a cost proposal for that. That cost proposal gets negotiated. The ideal time to implement a change like that would be commensurate with the rate change date, so that you don't have, mid-cycle cost and rate adjustments. So my suggestion is, if you were to consider a change like that, that you would do it effective July 1st of any given year.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Brian asked the status of smart trucks. I know Waste Management Inc., which is a private company, has been using them. Any plans for green waste recovery to use them?
I would caution you that Waste Management has had significant problems with that technology, and I'm involved in a couple of cities where there were class action lawsuits filed against Waste Management because they were using it as a revenue generating mechanism and falsely charging people for overloaded and contaminated containers. It's a technology that's very interesting, and maybe once the machine learning and the AI systems are more effective, it'll be a good program to roll out to deal with things like contamination. But I would caution you that Green Waste's approach is to work with your customers in an educational fashion as opposed to a punitive fashion. And they spend the money that they do on Smart Truck because they view it as a revenue generator. So from my perspective, seeing how that's played out in other places, I much prefer Green Waste's approach of human beings on the ground with their eyes and their educational materials, working with your community.
Right. Do smart trucks provide any cost savings?
No, they're quite expensive. You have to outfit the truck with about $15,000 worth of equipment, and then you have to pay people sitting in a room in Phoenix, Arizona, to review all of the video to validate whether or not the machines identified materials properly. So they're spending a fair bit, and they're generating a fair bit of revenue from the charges to be able to cover that cost.
E-trucks, Brian asks, are they on the horizon?
Electronic trucks are coming, but you're 3 to 5 years out from real good operational experience. There have been a few in California recently. Green Waste actually had one running in Palo Alto for a period of time. I don't know if they're still running, but the duty cycle is not great. So they're good for things like collecting public litter containers that might be, a 4 to 6 hour day. But if you need it to collect 52,000 pounds of material in a day, it's not going to give you the duty cycle for that right now. So again, it's coming, but it's 3 to 5 years before it's really ready for prime time.
Is the city considered a business customer? And that's followed up by Brian asking if we can have waste pickup services added to our franchise agreement to allow volunteer compiled cleanup refuse to be picked up by the contract?
You are considered a business customer under the agreement. You receive all the same services in the manner that a business would. And then the city also has some cleanup opportunities through the contract that are available to you. And so, you know, whether it's organized by the mayor, a council member, or city staff, or whoever, those are afforded and available. And I know Green Waste in the past has provided some of those services out of the goodness of their hearts, as opposed to because they were in the contract or something like that. So, you know, there are parameters for that. And if you need more of those sorts of services, we could talk about adding them.
All right. Will there be any change in the annual coupons we get for additional waste or additional recycled material?
Nope. All the same.
Okay. Did anyone note any questions that I did not ask? Those are all the ones I had noted. Councilmember Burnett?
Yeah, I just wanted to get a clarification. It seemed that Mr. Hilton indicated that the Prop 218 would prevent giving discounts to low-income people. And then I thought I heard him say that because it was a private business, they weren't impacted by 218. Could you clarify that, please?
Yeah, what I said is that those programs were very prevalent 15 and 20 years ago throughout all of the utilities. And because Prop 218 began to take them away from the water and sewer utilities, many cities sort of took an across the board approach with them and said, we're simply getting rid of these programs in their entirety. And so Prop 218 is the reason for the diminishment of them. But again, if 218 does not apply here, then it wouldn't preclude you from applying some subsidy to them.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Berkeley?
Yeah, we're at the 11 o'clock hour. So I would like to, I guess, bring this on to a vote and then maybe go until 11:30. Can we get through the two polled consent items? Or is this lengthy conversation?
Okay, so if the motion is to go to 11:30, I'll second that motion. We have a roll call vote, please, Anita.
I think she left.
Matt Mogeson,
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
No.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bayala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
okay, if there's no, Lisa, did you have any input on the item that we had, we're ready for vote? Do you have any more input?
Ready,
At this
let's
time?
go for the vote. Oh, sorry, my hand is still raised. No.
So just to the motion is to adopt a resolution approving the amendment and to have the staff do an analysis of product options for discount rate payers. We can have a roll call, please. Yeah.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bayala,
Yes.
and Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. And we move to an item about Gloria Jean Tate Park. It was 8E2. And that is for our council to consider adopting a resolution calling for bids on the pump track at Gloria Jean Park. I forgot who pulled this. Does someone want to pick it up from here? Whoever pulled it? Questions?
Brian McCarthy actually asked to pull it.
Let's turn it over to Brian McCarthy then. Go ahead, Brian.
Wasn't expecting that, but I'll just give my comments real briefly. I know it's late, and it's actually 2 a.m. where I'm at for what it's worth. So this obviously is important to me. I was just a little surprised in reviewing the staff report. A couple of things that, I don't remember being discussed before, and it always kind of fun for me to read these staff reports and reflect on maybe what I missed or interpreted differently when the discussion was had previously. But some of those things include the 30-year requirement that this be used as a pump track. We've heard from, ironically, a number of folks tonight that have said that 30 years is a long time. A lot of people will, as one person said, be composted in that time or not around. So I just want to iterate that if we're going to be creating this pump track and we're going to be required to keep it by deed restrictions, what it sounded like, for 30 years, that's a long time. And I just hope the right amount of thought has been put into it. Second change that, again, I didn't notice before, maybe it was there, but that this pump track is now going to be asphalt. It was always my impression that up until tonight, anyway, that it was going to be dirt. And that's not to say that I don't support asphalt, because I do. I think it probably adds a lot of benefits, but I just hadn't really thought about it, and it was a little bit of a shock to me. So I hope that there can be some discussion on that. And then another item is the lighting. It's in the staff report tonight. Again, kind of a new item as far as I'm concerned, as they talk about not providing any additional lighting. Again, on the surface, I think I support that. Haven't really thought about it, but I was just surprised to see that as a change in the RFP. I don't remember that being discussed before. One thing that I did 2 weeks ago is I emailed the Carmel board. As you know, they may know they're implementing some stadium lighting at Carmel High School, and it's gotten a lot of media attention. And one of the things that they did is they required the lighting to be dark sky compliant, and that added $3,000 to the budget. The dark sky compliant program cost $3,000. So I'd really encourage staff, if there is a lighting project to be undertaken either here or at any other park, to budget that $3,000 for dark sky compliant certification. And then just two other items real quick. I've heard you voice this before, but I continue to be concerned that the pump track or Gloria Tate Park being done piecemeal is going to result in a pump track being built and all the other elements not being built out for some time, or losing favor at future city council. So I'm really concerned about that. I wish this council would take a different plan and focus on one thing and do it really well and finish it to completion. But I understand that's probably not the way that it's going to work. Yeah, I think that's my comments. I know it's getting late, so I'll leave it at that. And I hope you guys can have some great discussion over this.
Okay, so we'll go back to public comment in a bit. That's why we're discussing it now instead of part of our consent. Any input at this time? Well, let's go through these. Brian, the asphalt was something we asked you to look at, dirt versus asphalt. What was your conclusion? I mean, behind the
yeah, this was one of three things that council had asked us to look at. We looked at the maintenance cost of the two options over a 10-year period. For the earth-based, although it has a lower initial construction cost, it has a higher 10-year maintenance cost. And the opposite is the true of the asphalt pump track. It has the high initial cost, the low maintenance cost. So the difference in the cost actually came to about 30 plus, a little over $30,000 difference. Lower cost to go with the asphalt when you take into account the maintenance over that time period. The dirt requires more frequent maintenance and more extensive maintenance, and it also means that there are going to be times in between maintenance where the pump track surfacing, it may not be consistently good, whereas the asphalt's going to hold up better, lower maintenance, and you're going to have a more consistent surface throughout its life.
Okay, and were lights ever a part of the proposal, or do we just confirm we wanted to stay away from them because of neighbor input?
Well, the lights, we did look at the cost for adding lights. It did come to about $400,000 add to the park. So I think that cost, along with the concerns and potentially triggering more environmental studies on the project, you're your return on that investment is it's pretty expensive. So.
And actually, that was something that the council requested us to
Okay, yeah,
look at.
perfect. I just want to make sure that it's live across all my little platforms and everything. So now we're official live. This is, all right. So I'm going to start over.
Well,
I know who that was.
Last question, piecemeal. Brian, can you and Lane update us on what was in our budget that we passed regarding Gloria Jean Tate Park, if anything, besides the pump track?
there was. I wish I could recall in my mind right now what the
So-
amount was, but I believe it was from the land sales that went towards parks. There was some in there.
Right, I believe,
It's like 1 or 1.5 million more.
yeah, it's
Going
something
Gloria
like
Jean.
that. Let me,
So it's still going to be piecemeal because we might not be spending all the money we need to do all of Gloria Jean, but do you have any more of an update on that, Brian? If not, we just don't have that available to us right now to address that thoroughly.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to, we have enough money to embark on designing the rest of it and getting at the estimates for that. So,
and part of that discussion was, it was a choice between allocating money towards streets or the parks, and the council
Opted for the street.
the streets.
our
All right,
finance director has turned on his camera.
Right. That means he's getting serious.
Yeah.
Juan, did you have any input at this time?
I think the question was what we had put together in the budget as far as Gloria Jean Tate Park, just sort of all in, right? And so 200,000 for the redesign, 1.1 million for the pump track. Let me find this. And then I think the overall general park improvements was 1.5. So 1.5 million for the actual improvements across the park that were not part of the pump track. I think that's the.
Yeah, I think it's the staff report says 1.5 mil, including the pump track, and it doesn't address, I think, the other stuff that we passed in our budget, which is what Brian is saying, that the planning for the next components.
So both are correct. Actually, to get to that 1.5 and change, there was actually money allocated in the previous budget. So the finance director just enumerated the stuff that was in this upcoming, or the budget that was recently approved.
So does the 1.5 million include everything that we recently approved in our budget for Gloria Jean?
No, okay, there's
So-
a couple
so-
one,
so
couple
what we'll have
1.5s
it-
there.
Yeah, so we'll have the 1.5, the pump track. In addition to that, there's another 1.5 million allocated towards Gloria Jean. Part of that is we're going to do a design really for the final design for the park. We know it's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6 million. So it still is going to be piecemeal, but we've allocated at least 1.5 million to start moving towards that.
Right, and the 1.5 is not just for the pump track, is that correct? But it's also for restrooms. Is that correct?
The restrooms are being picked up in the pump track project now. So that additional 1.5 million that's approved in this budget that was just approved, that's for improvements outside of the restrooms and the pump tracks. So.
Okay. One question I have beyond public comment where we are now, real quick, asphalt versus dirt. If dirt's more fun, more safe, I'd rather pay the 30 grand to go with the dirt maintenance costs. So which is safer for kids and people using it, dirt or asphalt?
You know, we don't even have our Morca people here, but I think it's, I guess the analogy may be like the skate parks. I mean, you have a consistent surface, you have better traction with the tires and the asphalt. So it's a little bit easier to control it. And then I think, last time it came up, some of the public has expressed interest in maybe there are some other mobility devices for people of different abilities that might be able to utilize the asphalt surfacing.
All right, Terry, any additional input?
No, I 100% agree with Brian.
Okay, Let's go to Councilmember Medina Dirksen.
Thank you. Yeah, I was the person who brought up the asphalt as an action, as an idea. But one of the things I've since learned is it's tougher to tweak. So, for example, when it's set in stone when you are working in asphalt. So I really would have liked to have heard from some public on this, just because I'm not an expert. I've been reading about them and watching videos, and my bike over here has a pump track. That is my cycle, indoor cycle. But so that's just one of the concerns that I have, is that once it's set in stone, we can't tweak it. So I know with our weather, I bet you the asphalt would be better because it won't be so muddy and dirty and that kind of thing. That's something to concern about. But I just want to make sure we're making the right decisions for our population. I didn't receive anything from any organizations. So I guess I will ask, the pros and cons is $30,000. How would we ensure that the twerking, or I'm sorry, not the twerking, the tweaking gets down? Are we going to have some rides in between, some test rides before the asphalt's down? How do we progress to make sure we've got a good workable track? Because once it's paved, if it's not a good ride, it's not a good ride, and we just wasted our money.
Well, I guess my answer to that is that part of the design consultants that work on this, we had Zach Wormhout consulting, that this is what they do. They design the pump tracks. And so, they put all the analysis into it, and based on their experience as well. And we have presented the plans to the Morca group. We don't have Darius with us anymore tonight, but and they've reviewed it and kind of said that they think it looks like a good track there. When it comes to the tweaking of the runs and stuff like that, once it gets set, it's one of those things where you don't want to really kind of encourage vigilante trail alterations in your pump track parks. And so, any of that stuff would have come in as part of the maintenance necessarily, but, we can talk to Zach, but I expect that there's going to be a period in there where it's done in dirt, the kind of the base rock, before they actually put down the asphalt surfacing. And they can probably get some proof runs and proof rolls on that with some experienced people and say, hey, this needs to be adjusted a little bit here, and then it should be good.
The one other comment I would make, Council Member Medina Dirksen, is that NRPA, National Parks and Rec, California Parks and Rec, have kind of looked at pump tracks, and they have come to the same conclusions that kind of Brian's laying out when it comes to these kind of features. So, and we do have some good experts in this one.
Thank you. That gives me confidence.
Councilmember Burnett.
So I can't believe I'm commenting on this. So there's a pump track in Santa Cruz that is a mixture. It's a combination of dirt and asphalt, or cement, actually. And I would hope that the design team would consider all of that. A dirt pump track, the maintenance on, if it's heavily used, you can imagine what the maintenance on that would be. It would be constant. It would be never ending, and you would never be the same. Every year it would be slightly different, Asphalt affords traction, greater mixed use with other types of devices. But anyway, Santa Cruz, just up the road, half an hour to get up there, take a look. I really suggest all of council take a look to see what the possibilities are. I believe Brian, the one in Santa Cruz is smaller than the one we're proposing, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Our consultant probably is very intimately familiar with all the pump tracks in the area.
Yeah, because the most recent Councilmember Burnett is in Watsonville. It's in Ramsey Park.
Okay, well, that's even closer. I haven't seen that one. I've seen the one in Santa Cruz, and there were like 100 people there, all ages. And there were quite a few, let's say, meeting by unintentional means there. Yeah.
Well, I think, what I've seen of the Ramsey Park one, there isn't as well-defined routes through the tracks. The one that's proposed for the city has very defined, intermediate, beginner level tracks. And it's clear that, when you're on the track, that's the track you're on. And it's not one where you have people that can kind of be jumping across. Not that you can't, but it won't be something where they'll be rolling across over to the next track or something like that regularly.
And my last comment is, Brian McCarthy was concerned about the 30 years. And I was just thinking 30 years ago, pump tracks didn't even exist. So, that is another consideration. Thank you.
And that 30 years was a requirement of the state funding that was going towards the project. So for portions that the pump track is on, that's what the restriction went in.
All right, I'll motion that we adopt the resolution approving the advertising and call for bids for this pump track.
Second.
I'll second.
All right, let's go to the public. We've heard from Brian. Any member of the public other than Brian wish to comment at this time? Let's go to Mike Owen. Oh, Mike, I'm not sure if you want to speak or not. All right, anyone want to speak at this time before we close public comment? Mike Owen.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yay. The reason the city council created Public Works Commission was to review and provide a more thorough discussion that you're saying you need to have done. The hardscape, infrastructure, restrooms, street versus public parks, all the lighting issues that you've brought up are supposed to be gone through the Public Works Commission first to save you guys going on until 11:30 at night. I hope this comes up first on the agenda for 16 November. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Anyone else with comment tonight on this item? All right, let's close public comment. Can we have a roll call vote, please, Matt? I'm sorry, before we do that, your hand is up, Christina. Did you have input at this time?
Yeah, I wanted to also address the lighting issue. It is Monterey and Pacific Grove that had issues with their stadium lighting, but I also can see, I don't want this to be so stringent that we have competitions that come to town frequent or on some basis, and we're cut off by daylight savings time or something or not. Can we do something about the lighting?
So as the consultants, as we do the improvements here, the consultant's looking at appropriate places to provide conduits for where there's hardscape crossings, so that at some point in the future, if the city does want to add lighting, it's not going to have to be tearing up a lot of hardscape that's been put in place.
Okay. What about
That's
street
the same
improvements?
thing, Christina,
Sorry.
that we, Councilmember Dirksen, that's the same thing we did at the Teen Center Skate Park.
What about, is there any provisions for curb and sidewalk improvements? And I think that was part of some initial design, or is that outside the scope of the pump track?
So the included in the design is accessibility improvements from the parking lot past the building to the pump track. We're gonna reutilize some of the infield surfacing and put some picnic tables there. And then there's a drinking fountain being added as well. So those are some of the improvements that are included in this first phase, along with the pump track in the restroom, ADA improvements in the existing building, so we can make those available to the public.
So is it next phase then that I think I've remembered, like a new welcome sign and like that bordering of the going into the freeway and the street sidewalk improvement? Is that
Yeah,
next phase?
that's the entryway off of Reservation, and then the playground equipment, a small turf area, the dog run area, and believe there was some basketball in there, kind of like half court type basketball arrangement, and then not sure if the pickleball, or I mean not pickleball, the cornhole or horseshoe may have been in there in a barbecue area.
There was a
So those are all
barbecue area, I
second
know that
phase.
for sure.
Yeah, for second phase.
Any more at this time, Christina?
No, except I can't wait to see better sidewalks there.
All right, can we have a roll call vote, please, Matt?
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
I'm going to abstain at this point.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Is that a yes, Christina? Okay, so yes.
Councilmember Bayala,
Yes.
and Mayor Delgado.
Yes. Thank you, everyone, for that. Good work, Brian. Best wishes on going the next yard on that. Council, or Brian and Lane, should we take up Imogen Parkway tonight? Given that we have a full agenda in a couple weeks?
I think we get that when we do. We don't want to delay that one.
All right,
And-
I'll motion that we extend until we finish the Imogen Parkway item. It should be quick.
Second.
All right, roll call vote, please. Matt?
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Bayala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes. All right, that passes 4-1 with Councilmember Burnett abstaining. I'm sorry. Voting no. And the previous vote was also 4-0-1 with Councilmember Burnett abstaining on the pump track matter. All right, let's go to Imogen.
Councilmember Burnett had his hand up before. I don't know if it's about this topic or not. But
David, what's your hand up for?
I just wanted to make a quick comment. We've got 22 participants, 14 panelists, 8 from the public.
Yeah, David, this is not the time for.
I'm just making a
random
comment
comments.
about where we're going at 11:30. Thank you.
All right. Brian or Lane, do you want to lead us through this next one?
It was pulled by one of the council members. I'm not sure if there was a specific question or.
Go ahead, Christina.
Yeah, it was pulled by me. Maybe I overlooked it, but what mitigation or mitigations are going to be done when traffic's going to be a mess out there when we widen this? Can you just walk me through what sort of it is a busy artery for our city? Can you walk me through what, I can't think of the right word at this time, but offsets to the traffic flow or is going to happen? Is it going to be metered? Please speak about that. And how will you let people know?
So the notification and outreach is going to be pretty extensive as this leads up to it. This item is a call for bids, so it would start a process that of opening it up for bids to but ultimately we probably wouldn't be breaking ground until maybe April of next year. And in that time, we're going to be working with TAMC, their Cone Zone reporting, and they did things when they did the Home and Highway 68 roundabout, they had extensive outreach and had services where people could be sign up for notifications, stuff like that. So we're going to be working with TAMC on something for outreach to the public. We just got proposals in for the construction management team selection. And so that's going to be part of the scope for them, is making sure that the impacts are communicated to the public, information is kept current on the website on schedules and changes in traffic patterns. Built into the requirements for the traffic control within the project itself is a requirement that almost not 100%, but while the construction's going on, the contractor has to maintain one lane of traffic in each direction. The exception is when they're making shifts or changes in that traffic pattern to go to another phase, which often happens when you're building roundabouts. We've already developed the detour routes that are going to have to be in place when those changes take place. Those have been communicated out with CSUMB initially in some of the outreach. So we're doing everything we can within the project area to maintain traffic flow. Will it accommodate the rush hour volumes that we have now? No, it won't. We fully anticipate that motorists, knowing that the construction is going to happen, are going to choose to take reservation down to Del Monte and then onto the highway in the morning and the reverse in the afternoon commute. To be prepared for that, we did do the reconstruction of the pavement on that really bad section of reservation between Imgen Parkway and Salinas Avenue in the last year. So we know we aren't going to we won't have to shut that down for repairs. We're currently identifying areas of pavement that need to be repaired and crack seals in the segment between Blanco Road and Imgen. And we want to get those repaired before, not as extensive as the one we did previously, but we want to make sure we get something in place that's going to last 3 years. And then also some other crack sealing on Reservation Road. So we're doing everything we can to keep the traffic flowing once the project goes into construction, and we're addressing things maintenance-wise ahead of time. So
Maybe it's too early to ask this, but will this project be working during the nighttime? In busy cities, we know that major construction is done overnight. Is it possible here, or is that going to add to the cost?
I don't recall what the provisions are in there for night work, but I don't think the intention is to do a large share of the work at night, because that adds a considerable amount to the cost, just for the night work differentials.
Well, it is a residential neighborhood. I understand that, but I also would like to see if it's possible to explore parts of it that can be done at night.
I think at this point, that would be a major change. Oops, sorry.
You just muted yourself. Okay.
That is a major cost addition doing it at night. What I would suggest is that once we get these bids back and get a contractor on board, these are different add alternatives that you can look at and potentially add to the project. And once we get them on board, I think we can really look at that. And as we put together our final traffic plans and things like that, we can have some more in-depth discussions with the contractor.
Thank you.
Just a suggestion.
Councilmember Burnett?
Thank you. I always imagined that there was going to be a roundabout at Imgen and Reservation. Why was that not considered? It seemed like that's the natural place for most of the congestion and the traffic delay. And the second question I wanted to, or comment I wanted to make was night construction. I mean, that there's a there's all these residents along Imgen Road. I mean, that would be a horrible decision to do night-only construction. Anyway, that's my comment.
So we did have a traffic engineering consultant work on this project, and they did look at that intersection at Reservation and Amgen, and just certain volumes and certain types of movements don't lend themselves to roundabouts. And this is one of those situations where, you know, you had high volumes in a predominant direction around that would be going around that roundabout. It just wouldn't flow like you would like a roundabout to flow. So they said it just wouldn't work in this situation.
Mayor Pro Tem Kathy Biala?
Could we call for the question so we won't have to extend the time? Or did we go till the end of this? I can't even keep track anymore, but I want to call for the question, please.
Okay, so that requires 2 votes, but if we're ready to go, maybe we don't need to call for the question, Kathy.
It's fine.
Councilmember Burnett?
I'll second the call to the question.
If you withdraw the motion, we can just vote on it and go home sooner.
That'd be fine if there's no more comments.
Can we have a roll call, please, Matt, on the motion on the table? Oh, we don't have a motion. Someone like to make a motion? There is no question to call before we have a motion.
Wait, what item? I'll call that. I will make a motion that we approve this item as directed in the consent agenda item.
And that includes adopting the resolution.
Can I make the motion?
Please.
The motion is,
Thank you.
okay, yes.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead,
Thank you
Christina.
so much. I make a motion that we adopt resolution, or we consider adopting. We adopt resolution number 2021, approving advertising and call for bids for the Imgen Parkway widening project.
Second.
Okay, let's go to public comment. Mike Owen?
Yeah, this widening project was reviewed by the Public Works Commission, a presentation by the director back in maybe 2018. As part of the public outreach, that's what the Public Works Commission played a part of, as far as the director of Public Works presenting this plan. The commissioners were able to interact more with the public. It was sort of a test program. So a lot of these questions, you know, need to have gone through the Public Works Commission. This is a pressing matter, it seems like, and that's a pressing need for the Public Works Commission to be unsuspended. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Paula Pillow?
Sorry to extend this, and it's just so painful to sit here and watch this, how these meetings go on and on and on. You know, many of the questions that I've just heard asked it should have been asked, in my opinion, of staff prior to the meeting. You used to ask for that, Bruce. You asked people to do that. This meeting has just gone on and on. You wonder why public's not here to comment. It's because it's too darn late. So I support the motion. I'm sorry, Kathy, to extend it. I can see you're exhausted. I think all of us are. It's a disgrace that these meetings go on this late. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. And when I talk to other people who sit on city councils like Seaside, theirs also go regularly well beyond 11 o'clock, sometimes up to 12 or 1 a.m. So it's not unique, but it's not what we want. Anyone else with public comments? All right, let's go then to make sure that no one asked any questions that needs to be answered. I didn't note any questions. Okay, let's go to a roll call, please, Matt.
Councilmember Berkeley,
Yes.
Councilmember Medina Dirksen,
Yes.
Councilmember Burnett,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bayala,
Yes.
Mayor Delgado.
Yes, so that passes 5-0. Thanks, everybody, especially all the department directors, Eddie Anderson, everyone who's on with us. Thanks for staying through. and to the public for great comments all night tonight, even at the end here. Thanks, everybody. And we got a lot done tonight. So great meeting, even though it did go later than we'd like. All right. Good night, everyone.